We're live.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to Strange Hungers. You find yourselves pulled awake by a bright light, bleary-eyed, cold, wet. You can all gain the benefits of a long rest, except because this is a poor long rest that you are waking from. If you are down any hit points, you do not restore them. If you are down any hit dice, you do not restore them. But you can spend hit dice that you have remaining in your pool to heal up.
Shit.
Your skimmer
Our short
bumps.
rest day, correct?
Yes, short rest. Short rest is fine. Your skimmer shifts gently as it rests against white, sandy soil. The sound of water rushing behind you. Probably 11 a.m., maybe noon at this point. But you find yourselves awoken to the sound of a voice. Are you going to move along anytime soon, loiterers?
If I'm still at the helm, can I wake up at that?
Yes, you have been trancing, so yes.
Mhm. Sorry.
Standing over you, well, standing in front of your skimmer is a tired-looking dwarf in a chain shirt. He has his arms crossed, a sword slung over his back, and he's accompanied by a young, bright-faced halfling and an older woman, also a halfling in a dress, who stand behind him with faint smiles on their face. If you're looking for lodging, you might have better luck inside the city.
Right.
Oh god. Matthias is gonna sit up, just like gradually push himself up from the deck of the ship, kind of like leaning on his hands, and just looks at them, wipes at his face, looks around. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Long night.
I suppose you could say that. He's gonna push himself up off the ground fully and stand and stretch a little bit. How did we get here? Are we on the other side of the city?
Tazrael's up at that point and like kind of wiping his eyes. Mistakes were made last night after the three of you passed out.
Who was driving?
Well, the important
Me at
thing is that
first.
we all got here, you know? And Awais quickly, like, gets up from the helm and, like, strides away.
Oh, you two were by yourselves?
The rest
I
of you
resisted
went
the
to
effect.
sleep. So,
We tried to get you inside to a bed.
No, yes,
And
of course. You have never been here. Oh, God.
nobody drowned is the important part of what happened between you falling asleep and waking up now.
Yes, that is a good thing. No, it's not. I'm not. Stupid. That was so stupid.
I think that's when Barton wakes up with
and just runs to the side of the boat, dips their hand into the water, and just is swallowing and just rinsing her mouth and just.
That's salty water, isn't it?
Very salty.
Just grabs her water skin and is chugging that water and just staring at her reflection in the water, just looking down, not paying attention to anyone else right now, just trembling a little bit underneath like her layers, just breathing.
Bad trip.
Matthias is gonna go over to Barton and just like stand next to her while she's doing that, but isn't gonna intervene at this point.
Does he touch it?
No, I don't think so. I think he just stands close to her for now.
Good morning. Oh. I hope yours was better than mine.
By the looks of it, it might have been. Though it was still pretty shit. That was a bad, stupid idea. For you all. You all is fine, but I should not have done that. Taz, Oish. Thank you for getting us to a safe place. You shouldn't have had to do that by yourselves. I should not.
Wait, are we on the other side?
Yes.
The dwarf clears his throat as all this has been going on. I wouldn't exactly call this safe. As I've said, it would be preferable if you could all move along.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. We'll get out of your hair immediately.
Really sorry. So sorry about this. I'm Barton, by the way. Good morning, afternoon. Looking at the
Ben.
sun, just like where it is in the sky.
Afternoon. Yes.
Apologies.
Kaz just fixes this dwarf with like the meanest fucking glare he can, like, just.
You can give me an intimidation check.
Just like,
yeah.
really,
yeah.
my guy? You can come up on a boat full of people who are passed out and be like, get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
Class
like
act.
Taz is like. Oh fuck yeah. All right. I mean, it's a 17. I was hoping I was more proficient in intimidation.
Oh no, a 17. He steps back a little bit.
Does.
Look, I don't mean any trouble. We're just part of the community volunteers, making sure everything's neat and tidy. No harm, no foul.
Do you have a
And,
suggestion of where we can dock?
Well, yeah, but you're actually gonna have to pull this like out of the main wall and then all the way back around to the floodgate, come in that way, into the sky path.
We can do that. That's fine.
And I will show you guys where you are
Thanks.
on Roll20. This beautiful map was made by Sarah. Thank you very much, Sarah. So you guys find yourselves at... I wonder if I can ping this. Here we go. You find yourself at an area outside of the main elevated portion of the city. You're not actually up on the salt structure, but you are by one of these large rivers that flow out of and underneath the city of Aethrai. In fact, you are by what is called the Low River, or the Low Gate. You've come out on the lower left area here. So you're going to have to pull out back onto the floodplains and then travel around to the floodgate to the main entrance.
I can take us there. I can do it. I've got it. He's gonna step forward and start pulling this boat out to the right, to the correct side God. Also, this map looks fantastic, Sarah.
It looks so good.
It looks
Thank
amazing.
It looks so
Beautiful.
good. Thank you for doing this for us.
Make map.
I
Big
think
map.
Barton's gonna go very softly wake up Kiara.
Oh,
Like-
I was gonna say my mic had stopped working, but when Kiara lost their cushy pillow, Kiara did wake up, but I think it was just like a
Aw.
roll over and snuggle in more. Having a great time.
Can you turn your gain up a
For
little
sure.
bit? You're
A
just
little bit, okay.
a little quiet. I got you cranked all the way up. Actually, you can just
Hold
crank
on.
it.
How about now? Is that better?
Ooh, that's better.
A little bit. Can you just a little bit more?
Yeah, all the way up.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
There we go.
I can
Yeah,
feel you.
my mic just stopped working.
Oh my
We
God.
went live. It was great.
Yes.
Yes, Kiara wakes up
Since-
looking like a
oh, yeah,
different
go.
person from the wrong campaign.
That's the wish.
Since we got that not a real long rest, and due to activities that happened last night, is it safe to say that I should just roll on my little table?
Yes, please.
without-
If you'd like to make that roll, if anyone has any rolls they would like to make in the morning, spells they need to prepare, you can
Oh yes.
send me those results now.
Spells.
Hmm.
Not
Okay.
spells.
I should be good until tonight, so I should still.
I got a 4.
A 4. That's kind of rough.
That's a real bad time.
Oh god.
Kiara's gonna ask the group, do we think we're going to get hurt today? Do I need to like back my healing, or what do you think?
That it might be a good idea, just to show the Arch Gathering what you can do. Anything like that. It would be good to
Okay.
back.
And Taz says in a little bit of a harsh voice. Not like super mean, but more harsh than usually. You should be prepared for anything.
That's a lot of options, and I'm not that talented.
I think that's a lie, but yes, some healing would be useful. Thank you, love.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
No one-
I roll insight to see how Taz is?
If you're comfortable with that, VJ, then yeah, sure. You could give me an insight check.
Yeah.
Hmm.
11.
Wisdom.
That's 17.
Yeah. What do you think? What is Taz showing?
Is everybody okay?
First, Taz is clearly trying to not show anything, but is very clearly doing a very bad job at it.
Oh, buddy.
And is what's the word? Not okay. We're just gonna go with not okay. Like after he says it to Kiara, he's like going off to the side of the boat and just gonna stand there, like hands gripping the sides as we get pulled out and just watching everything out in front of him.
Barton's gonna go over and just very, very slowly, so he can hear her behind him, just gonna lean her forehead against like the center of his back, just there. Not gonna say anything, just comfort.
Well,
He tenses up for a second, just like, and then relaxes a bit, but still kind of tense, doesn't say anything.
She'll move away after a bit.
can I roll to see if Kiara can pick up on any changed vibes at all, given that they're having the freaking best
Yeah.
day
Can I read-
ever?
No.
Give me a DC. I'm just gonna call this a DC 10 insight check.
Oh, well, that's an 18 on the die, plus 3.
Yes, Kiara, you think that you got the best night's sleep out of anyone here?
Kiara's just gonna look around. And seeing that moment between Barton and Taz, just get very confused and look around, and I guess eeny, meeny, miny. Okay, Matthias, it's you. Kiara's just gonna come up to Matthias and be like, "Good morning."
Good morning.
Is it though? Like, what happened? Everybody seems so. Ugh. Well, not everybody. I think Oash is just always like that, but everybody else seems.
Well, I tell you what, my initial instinct to not partake in that drug were correct, and I should have listened to them. Yeah, not a super great sleep, I suppose. I'm going to wager a guess that I'm not the only person who had that experience. Looks over at Taz and Barton.
Terrible. I wish I could do something to help. I had a great time. It was lovely, and I was dancing, and I was home, and I'm sorry that you did not have a good experience.
It wasn't terrible. It was weird. I'm glad that you had a good dream. At least one of us did.
It seems a bit unfair. Like, I think of anybody who deserved a good dream, it was, probably someone. I mean, no offense, but it seemed like you could use a good dream, and I would probably be okay if I had a nightmare, all told. So it just seems a bit unfair.
I've had my fair share of nightmares. I'm quite used to it, so.
Well,
but
if I ever figured out some magic that can give you good dreams, I will definitely help you out.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh God.
Okay.
What a time.
Where's the tea? Let me make some tea for everybody. That always tends to make things better.
Yes. Sure. It's in my my bag. If you go over there, it's there are 2 pouches. There's a blue one and the 2 blue ones.
Okay. And then I think Kiara's gonna wander off and start making a warm drink for everybody because that's their love language right now.
Cute.
I think Barton is gonna go sit next to Kiara and basically lean against her, just like her arm kind of against her back. And she is like very tired, but writing furiously in her journal.
I think
Furiously, just seemingly trying to remember something.
and as the water boils, I think Kiara's just gently like petting Barton's hair, just not saying anything, but just letting Barton know that she's there.
Kiara, could you roll a d2 for me? That'll be a d4, but if you get a 1 or a 2 or a 2 or a 3.
I got a 2.
A 2. Okay. That's it.
Damn. I think Oash on suddenly realizing, I mean, we're just gonna retcon it that I rolled a 4, will very quickly pull their bar from their back and grip it tightly in a hand as all of the things up into it, and then will plunge their other hand into their robe and then just go stand by Taz. Bad trip.
The worst.
Could always find a distraction.
And as I say that, Taz looks over at Matthias. And then looks at you and, what are you planning?
I'll clue you in when it happens.
Kiara, you finish brewing your tea as Matthias. You steer the skimmer down this river outside of the city and to the familiar entrance gate that you know, you're well aware of where to enter. As you pass by Oesh and Taz, you do see the two floodgates that are set to either side of this main entrance in the stone wall. There are a series of sluice gates that allow boats to enter the city without actually going down underneath those floodgates where the water spills down the basin. And you will actually be able to dock your boat on the outside of the city here.
See, that makes so much sense.
Taz is just mad all over again. Like, damn.
While we're moving and seemingly Oesh is staying still, can I try and work out if I can recognize any of the language on her tattoos? Please.
Do I notice while Barton tries to do that?
That is going
I
to
mean,
take...
you're facing Taz. You're facing out towards the outside the boat.
Are you looking towards their back then?
Yeah.
Okay, stealth and perception.
Lovely. What's my stealth? It's nothing. That's a 13 for stealth?
I believe, Oesh, your passive perception is 15?
It's
check
14.
that. 14.
Yeah.
Dang it.
You do see.
And my perception is a 21.
That's up to you, Sarah, if you think. Oh, wait,
I will let Barton have like a 5-second look before Oesh realizes what's happening. So I guess I describe. On their back is a little bit of a different story than down their arms. So even with a 21 perception, you wouldn't necessarily have the easiest time deciphering the language, not because like, ooh, the language is hard, but because across their back is actually more of an artistic piece that is like spinning worlds and waves and ocean and like a compass inlaid. And as you look at that and go, no, and reroute to the language, you just catch a little bit of Sylvan and maybe Susaroon, not words, but the letters you can pick out. You can pick out the runes and the symbols when you watch them suddenly stiffen and turn around to you and say, I don't appreciate spies.
Oh. I didn't mean to spy. I was just looking. I like
You
the
could
tattoos.
ask next time,
Oh.
so I can say no.
Of course. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to upset you. My fault.
And they will walk away.
Mm-hmm. You begin to enter the city. Kiara, you pass out mugs of tea to everyone. As you all take sips of your tea, it is disgusting. Bitter and acrid. If you didn't already have that nasty sort of sour taste in your mouth from the hangovers, it just got 10 times worse.
Oh, go ahead.
Totally embarrassing their whole family and everyone they know, but it's cool.
Oesh definitely conjured a mage hand to hold the tea, and after taking a sip of it, just uses the mage hand to throw it over the side of the boat.
Matthias will watch that in confusion and then take a sip, and his eyes just get wide. And just looks around at everyone else.
Kiara is very confused, takes a sip, and she goes, "Oh." I'm so sorry. This was my first time making my own tea. I'm so sorry.
Taz takes a sip and just starts laughing. It's just like dying laughing for a hot minute. Can't stop.
Listen, I thought you boiled the leaves and you like toasted them first and then put in the water.
Maybe next time. Matthias is gonna drink his.
Cannons and all.
Looks relaxes a little bit and is just gonna drink his fully.
You don't have to.
Oh no, it's.
Probably unhealthy at this point.
I think you did a great job, Kiara.
Yeah. Is the taste anything I can recognize, Artie?
You can make a nature check for me.
That's a 16, sorry.
At 16. It's vaguely familiar, but not in a pleasant way. No, you're not sure what kind of tea this is. It's like you in particular just makes your tongue turn in your mouth.
I think Barton makes a note of to ask him what the hell it is so they can pick up more before they leave.
Cool. So, you steer your boat through the sluice gate. The upper left corner of this map. As you pass through, you can see Aethrai resplendent in the afternoon light. A massive white staircase of stone ascends up a series of tiers. You see sculpted salt, buildings, smoke issuing from large square factories, markets bustling over the corner of the cliffs. And as you sail towards a sort of rounded channel around the edge of the large basin of the outer ring of Aethrai, you see as well more of these houses, not on stilts, but the ones like the outside of the city. There aren't many people walking around them. Some of them appear boarded up, shut. The windows are covered or pulled down. Some of them you see people have left boats and are walking around towards. And if anyone wants to make a history check, they're welcome to do so. Matthias and Barton, you have advantage on this.
History. God.
22.
Nice.
25!
Nice.
I got 13.
I am a
That's an advantage.
stupid bitch. I got like a
We've
3.
been there before. We don't need to know anything more about it.
With
You don't care. You don't
advantage.
care. Kiara, did you roll?
Kiara got a big 11.
Okay. All right. Well, kind of interesting that you guys wouldn't know this about your own city, but I will say this. you do. So this is the area known as the Deep Ring. I think Oish and Taz, you did pass through this area last night. However inebriated you were, so you do get a general sense that most of this area is shacks or overflow housing. You might have also just seen it based on the areas you're from, some of these temporary buildings that people can be put up in. Barton, you do know that this area is called the Deep Ring. This is where farmers or people from further away in Lower Skyhome might be able to come during the deep flood seasons if they don't have structures that can handle the flooding where they're from. They're able to come work here, sell their wares, that kind of thing. Yeah. you see the stairs ahead of you. You're able to pull your skimmer over to an area with a similar, I described before on the outside of your boat, sort of this like blue colored banner that represented the rocky road. Looks like there is a similar structure over here by the floodgate with a familiar looking tiefling standing outside of it. Tiefling you recognize from last night. This is Mork's sister.
Oh. How cool.
Is this where we dock?
Yeah, I guess I'll just pull up. Skirt, little parallel park.
Good morning. Are you dropping off your boat?
Yes, I think we're finished with it.
You look familiar, pointing to Barton.
Yeah, I was singing with Roast last night. Lovely singer.
Yeah.
Also,
Well, you're a lot
time?
better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Little blush on her mismatched cheeks. Oh, I loved your drumming. Very nice.
Thank you.
You
I get real into it.
But yeah, it looks like fun. Never tried drumming. Should give it a go. I should give it a go sometime.
Yeah. I'll get some of our guys to pull your boat around. Let me just take a look at it. And she steps out. You can see this very, very pale white skin, fluffy hindquarters. She's wearing sort of an apron tied around her waist and a loose crop top. Let's see. I don't. This boat is not in the best of shape.
What?
Taz will step forward at that point. Listen, whatever issues the boat is in is because of the absolute poor way things have been lit up. We got lost last night and had a death-defying adventure for hours. And again, would not have happened had the way been lit correctly. And I know that's not your fault.
Not to mention the crocodiles.
What? You can give me a intimidation or persuasion with advantage from
Could I
always
help?
helping you. Yeah.
Barton is just staring at them both, like.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck yeah, thanks for the persuasion, because that was that was a 15 and a 7, and that's going to be a 16 for intimidation.
16. Well, I don't know about that, Tuawash, but you're right, it isn't my problem, but I also don't really care, so I'm not going to ask you for a further deposit or anything. My boss is an ass. I'll just, blame it on one of my friends or something. All right, pull it around.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
And she, some other fellas step out, begin to pull your boat up into an eternal structure, and you're able to take your horse and your cart off. The horse is looking rough as well, by the way. Like, this is the most stressed horse you've seen.
What
No,
happened?
Death-defying. We almost drowned. Well,
What?
some of you might have.
Aw.
You were fine.
Does this have to do with how we got to the other side of the city?
Yes.
I wish I had been awake for that. Sounds a bit fun.
No, you don't.
I think I might be
It
glad
was
that I was
fun.
asleep for that.
Right. Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad that we're alive.
I've never defied death before.
Apparently you did it in your sleep, so
Okay.
goodness.
Probably had a better chance of sleep than awake. Let's be honest.
Let's get this pulled up.
Yeah, let's get going.
All
you
right.
can take your cart and your horse and your goods, some of which are a bit soggy. It looks like you might have lost a few torches that have just rolled off. Your ropes are like spooled out over the back. You have to like coil them back up, kind of thing. Maybe a few pouches have just like slid into the water off the back of the boat. Thank God the horse was secured on, or else who knows what would have happened with that.
Oh,
But you are all definitely feeling hungover, ready for some food. So I believe Matthias and Barton would know some places where you might be able to pick up some food.
Yeah. Let's go get something like greasy, something, lots of carbs, lots of, maybe something with potatoes, something like that.
Investigation with advantage.
Give me that shit.
I like the idea that like Barton's gone over to Matthias and just like, okay, what places do you know? So I imagine it might be different to the ones I know.
Every single time I roll anything that has to do with intelligence, I roll garbage. I rolled an 11 minus 2, so that's a 9.
It's amazing. So yeah, that's kind of amusing. You've mostly spent time probably in the Ducks Ring. Let me pull this up. Yeah, mostly spent time in either the Ducks Ring or the College Ring. So you do know some greasy places around the College of Aethri, but they are probably overrun with the same kind of college kids that you were hanging out with last night. Not sure if you really want to venture there. The one that comes to mind off the top of your head is the Last Drop Tavern, but it is unfortunately a long walk on all the way around the other side of the city once again. If you look towards the far right of that map and zoom in by the College of Aethri, you will see where the tavern is.
Oh my lord.
All the way around. This is not a very accessible city.
Shit.
Fuck this city.
Fuck this place.
I made this city. Fuck this city.
Can we just instead, Matthias is like, there's really only one place that I know, and it is very far. Maybe we just duck into
Should we ask around?
Yes, I suppose we could.
Is there an inn or something that I know?
You also would know of the Last Drop Tavern. You can also give me an investigation with advantage. And it also will represent you guys like talking to people or asking around.
Investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's a 14.
A 14. You also know of a fairly nice inn that you might have stopped in a few times. It's called the Sky Sea Inn. Has nice views. You also, some of the temples up in the College Ring do have, like, will serve food, provide that out, or might also have places where you can find shelter. Stay for the night.
Yeah, she's gonna mention the ones around the college because she's had to drop things off for her dad once or twice.
Oh yes, and one more thing. You pass by, maybe confer with a student trying to remember the location. There are actually some dorms or cottages that you can rent for a night, also by the College of Aethri, known as the Horrorquill cottages.
It's pretty nice if we don't mind being around college students again.
Right.
I mean, we can either that or we can go to a tavern and get an inn for the night. We may as well get somewhere to rest. Sorted.
Definitely. No, I think I would feel... We definitely need a place to get ready because the Arch Gathering is fairly formal, so maybe a place to wash off the hangover and just get ready.
I mean, by the college, it'd be closer to where we meeting.
We're in Castle Aethri is where we'll be meeting.
Yeah, it's a bit closer to the highest ring, so might be a plan.
Very true.
Should we head there?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay.
To the Horquill cottages.
Ooh, the horror quill.
Horquill.
You make your way. Say at this point, it's pushing like 1:30 or 2. You haven't eaten yet. Not feeling great. You can see as you approach the massive stair that will take you up to the higher tiers. It does look like there are sort of like these ramps on the sides. Again, like massive, massive stairway. Probably like 200 feet across towards the bottom here. You can see people ascending. The steps do get, like, they start out very mildly inclined and they get like have larger spaces. But there are ramps on the sides, and it looks like there's some kind of interesting pulley system that's set up, so you could like set the cart in the pulley system, or if you had like a chair, for example, you could like sit in your chair and get pulled up by the pulley system. So if you're not a stair goer, there is a way. You can. It's like a kind of like a ski lift. Like there are cushions that you could sit on and get pulled up. It's slow, but it'll take you.
Oash is definitely gonna look at the stairs and go, I'm not doing that, and go over to the ramp.
Taz will join them.
I suppose.
Kiara's right behind you.
All right. Going on the ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
You secure your
Oh,
cart.
I meant Kiara was right behind Matthias.
Oh yeah. Let's just do it all together. Let's not get separated.
It
Might as
takes you
well.
guys about 10 minutes. Like you kind of sit in your cart and you get the pulley going, and there's a as it starts like tugging you guys up with the horse up the ramp in the cart on the cushions.
Our horse.
Can I like? I think Barton goes over to the horse and just like very gently petting its neck. Just like you're right there. Oh, it's alright, it's alright.
Give me animal handling. This time with disadvantage. This
Yeah.
horse is not having a good time.
This horse is
Oh,
having
there was a
bad
nat 20 on there.
I don't think you got
Oh.
more of that nat 20.
No, it wasn't a nat 20, but that is a 13.
A 13. All right, it shies away and then does calm down after.
Oh, I know.
This poor fucking
It's been a
horse.
tough one, hasn't it? For this thing.
We fucked
Does
up
this
this
horse
horse.
have a name? Does this horse have a name? Do we know about it? Can anyone speak horse?
Yes, I'm fluent.
I think Kiara's
Okay.
just gonna come up and look at its face. I can try to guess. Okay. Nod your head if your name is Bonnie.
Bonnie? Like the rabbit?
Bonnie.
Or is it beautiful like a bonny lass?
That one.
Ah,
Horse
see?
starts to like nip at your hair.
Chompy? Chompy. You're chompy, aren't you?
I like Chompy. I think that's sweet.
It's a good name for a horse.
Are you chompy? You can be chompy.
It like pulls a few strands out of your.
Ow! Fuck. Man, horses are the
Jumpy.
worst.
Kiara's are friends, not food.
Amazing.
Perfect.
You find your way eventually to the Horquill cottages with your cart, making your way up to what would be the college ring. You can see that there are more ramps that will take you down. If everyone wants to give me a perception check, they're welcome to do so. To see what you see in this city.
God.
Ooh, I do good.
Oh, I do
Um,
bad.
19.
19.
Dirty 20.
Nice. 19, dirty 20. 8 for Taz.
That's a 15.
15. And a 6. Lovely. Well, that's the day you're having.
I'm having a bad day.
Yeah. Kiara and Matthias. Matthias, you know this city pretty well. As you're walking through, there might be one or two faces that are vaguely familiar to you, people you've walked by. Kiara, you're just sort of like getting a general sense, seeing this place for the first time. You do note, doesn't look like there is a consistent kind of like guard here. You do see some people who have more of those like chain vests, variety of countenances, variety of appearances. Matthias, you recognize these are probably Vanguard. Vanguard are paid guard who are trained by the Ventier family, but there's not like a single, no one collective guard. People are paid, community volunteers as well in the city.
Got it.
Also noting not a lot of nature here, which is a bit unusual for you to see, Kiara, since you're used to these lush forests, lush cities. There are some like potted mushrooms along the sides of the streets, some interesting like scraggly branches that are put up, but as you guys step off of the that first side of the stairway, you pass by a lush hedges. You have to like go through this area where there actually is some grass and some trees and some flower beds, and then you pass through those hedges and it's just like cobblestone. There's not a lot of decoration. Passing by a stable as well. Passing through a like very smoggy area. So you wouldn't pass by the stable. You can see it over the edge of the cliff stable. A very smoggy area with these sort of thick, chunky buildings and large salt boulders that have been sort of like sculpted up and carved. Buildings that are set into them with white smoke occasionally emerging from them, as well as a lovely rivulet that spills over the top of the Duck's Ring that you take your horse and your cart around until you come to a series of lush purple cabanas that look a little bit out of place, that are arranged collectively, with a sort of like a nice patio archway out front of them that they sit behind.
That looks like our spot. Shit. We need a place to put the horse. Are the stables on the lower ring around us, like,
Yes.
the only place that we know of to put the horse?
You know that most taverns or places will have a place you can like tie a horse.
Okay, and would this area have one of those?
How much do you know about the College of Aethrai?
Probably not too much.
Not too much.
I never went there.
You're not sure. You don't know.
I could possibly see Matthias like groaning over this, such as like, do I know anything?
Sure.
I've been in
Yeah,
my
I
home
think
before.
you've been around here. Most students do not leave their horses by their cottages. You might be fined for a night. I mean, you're not really going to get a fine or anything. It's just, it can get a little rowdy in the cottages, and some people like, so like, you might get your horse kidnapped and ridden around by a drunk college kid for
Joyriding a horse?
Yes,
Fucking
yes.
classic. All
Is
right.
there like anywhere that the teachers keep their horses, or could we just take?
You want to break into the professor's?
No.
private
I
stables?
mean, Barton knows some of them, possibly. Could
You
ask.
could give it a shot. But
I mean, couldn't we just take them with us when we go to the castle? Like one of us could ride.
I can.
Just put the cart in the house and take the horse
is
with
there
us.
horse in the house.
horse barking outside places? Like,
It's just in case they steal Chompy. We don't want
Yeah,
that.
I can.
I mean, they can drive, but Chompy's gonna fight.
I can take him to a stable, and you all can go inside if you'd like.
You need the food, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I can do it.
I have jerky. I can just eat while I ride. It's fine.
Or I can do it. I'm fine. I'm great. I'm not
I
even
think-
hungover.
I think maybe someone who knows the city should go. Maybe,
It'll be fine.
No. Not that I don't trust your judgment.
I'm really good at asking for directions.
You know what? I'll go with you. We'll pick up some dinner as well for us, and these guys can sort themselves out.
Also,
Couldn't.
potential fix. We just go to the cottages, tie him up while we get ready, take him with us when we go up.
Yeah, that's what I
And-
meant.
Yes. Sorry,
Yeah?
my brain isn't working.
Oh. It's alright, it's alright. But she sort of pats a hand on your shoulder, it's alright. It's a little night for everyone.
Yes, let's
Let's
go
just take a
find.
walk with us.
Much
Kiara
rather
can look all
for
fancy
them
on our
to
horse.
Continuing to stand around, yes.
Go get some. Let's get everything inside and go eat.
Good. All right, let's go.
Uh,
Let me go.
You step up to the front patio. You see a very elegantly dressed in like long blue robes, darker skinned elven woman who. Are you looking for a place to reside? I don't think I've seen you before.
Please, yes. Looking for a cottage that will house all of us.
All right. How many nights?
Barton goes to Kiara, like nudges him, goes, just one. Pointing at Matthias. Get it? Just one night. She's just like snorting under her breath, like.
Kiara does that out loud, like.
How many nights are we supposed to be here, Alex? I cannot remember. I'm distracted.
No worries. Kind of up to you guys. You know that the Arch Gathering is tonight. You'll probably need to stay. You could either set off immediately the day after or take your time to gather resources. So
Let's just do 2 for now.
2 nights. How many beds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 is fine.
All right. Let's see. That's going to be 4 gold in total.
Perfect. I'm gonna hand that over.
She takes it, bustles around for a bit, pulls out a little key on a shiny blue keychain. Looks like a piece of salt that's been colored blue and carved into the shape of a bird. Hands that over
hell
to
yeah.
you and points and gives you directions to a very cozy looking purple cottage with a section outside where you could park your cart.
Hell yes. Park that baby and go inside.
Park that Big Mac truck.
Garage.
Oh.
Oh
Lovely.
god.
Okay. You can drop your stuff off inside. It is very, very nice and cozy in here. There is a hearth that you can light. The windows are not made of glass, but instead they're sort of like wavy, like salt, some kind of treated salt that's being used in place of glass. Probably a creation of one of the Surducks. Very nice drapery, no flowers or anything, but it does smell faintly of some kind of perfume. So very cozy.
Nice place.
There are 4 bedrooms and there's 1 pull-out couch.
Oh my god.
Taz immediately claimed a room. Like, all right.
I'll take the pull out.
Nice.
I think you're
You're
muted.
You're on
muted,
mute.
Sam.
I'll take the couch. Thank you.
I already did.
I mean, we could otherwise
Why don't you just
share
sit
a
on it?
room,
Just-
Barton. Barton, do you just want to share a room?
How big are the beds?
That would be nice.
Good question.
Are
How
they,
big are the
are they
beds?
singles? If
Are
they're
they
singles,
goals?
There's only one bed.
There's only 1 bed. There are 2 twins and 2 queens.
Let's share a room with one of the bigger beds, and then no one has to sleep on a pullout.
that's a good point.
Wish takes the other queen.
Even though Taz is a billion feet.
Yep.
Oh. And I imagine what happens is like Taz looks in, here's the 2. It's like, okay, heads over to the second one, and OA's just like, nope.
Yeah, Wish is just sitting inside it and looks
Already?
at Taz and just the barest of a smile. Can I help you?
Taz like just bares his teeth, just like, and goes to a different room. Not in like a playful, but just very clearly like.
Sometimes I feel bad about being mean, but sometimes they're dick moves that I can get behind.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah.
How are we all doing? Are we ready for a break yet, or do you want to keep going for a little longer?
We can
Let's
break.
take a little break.
Yeah, break
yeah,
fine, break good.
yeah.
I feel like it makes sense
All
because we'll
right.
probably like shower,
And
nap,
then go get some food.
eat.
While this is happening, while people are showering and stuff, Barton has asked for Matthias's sewing box
Mhm.
so that she can fix her freaking shirt. It's driving her insane.
Nice.
All right. Okay. Let's take 10 minutes while our characters are also taking a break and getting themselves ready for the day, and we'll see you guys
Hell
back
yeah.
soon.
All right, burb,
Yay.
burb,
Burb.
bye.
Bye.
Hello, we're back.
Hello, we are back. You all have managed to shower, clean yourselves up from a very difficult night. Matthias, you find that the back of your tunic, as you've taken it off, is just like torn up, like some kind of like nails or things were like dragged through it. All of your clothing is just like splashed with salt, like torn up, like the planks of the boat had like scratched down, like, you know, dirt, all this stuff. So that some of your outfits might need to be set aside, tidied a little bit. But there is running water here. It is like there's cool, interesting filters that were invented specifically in Skyhome to take salt content out of the water, and because there's so much around you, there are like a series similar to the pulley series by the stairs. There's a series of recycled water, especially in the Ducks Ring and the College Ring, those top 2 tiers.
Amazing.
Very nice. You also do begin to smell coming from around you. It is like late into lunchtime, but there's probably some kind of college kitchen around here, or
Ooh.
maybe a few like food stands to cater to students who have been studying in the afternoons. So you do begin to smell some of those like worn, thick scents of potatoes and roots that are frying.
Hell yeah. Gonna dress, since we're gonna be going from here to the castle. Matthias is going to dress in, I mean, all of his clothes look pretty much the same, but this is like on the more formal side. He wears all of his mail or scale splint, and just very clean. Anything he has that isn't destroyed by salt, he is going to wear. Shine his boots up a little bit, and then we'll probably go out into the living room to just wait for everybody else to get ready. But yeah.
So you do know, I will say this as well, Matthias, while you're just waiting for everyone else to get ready, the art gathering is going to take place in the late afternoon, evening, so probably around, people will like start getting ready and heading towards the castle around 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys only have like maybe an hour and a half before you can actually head up to the castle. And of course you will have to like make your way back around to the stair, ascend to the stair, find your way to the castle, like pass through some of the noble districts. But you do have a little bit of time before you have to go and get ready for that. So yeah, if you guys are welcome to go grab food, but I would love to know if there's anything else you guys want to do in this city with that hour or so you have to wander around before the Ash gathering.
We shall just come out and join.
Taz is taking a nap.
Ready for food.
Oh wait,
Food
I take that
nap?
back. Taz is gonna join food first.
Food first, very important.
Food is very important right now.
Yeah, let's do the food.
Barton is already like pacing by the door. Just,
Bless.
everyone ready yet?
Let's go get
Yes.
some fucking food truck food.
Hell yeah.
Like, she has Kiara by the arm, like hooked her arm, and just like, we are going to love this. It's
I'm
fucking
so
amazing."
excited.
You step outside, can follow your noses to a door that is just opened, sort of ahead of the cottages, not too far. As you walk towards, you see a painted sign that says in 2 different fonts, turf and soil. One is big and bright turf, and the other is like dripping and crusty soil. And it looks like a strange amalgamation put together of a few different kinds of stores. There's like that sort of low, squat stone factory kind of building that's set behind, but then you have a series of 3 or 4, looks like kind of haphazard stalls that have been like set into the front of the factory, with like an open archway behind where you can see some kind of like interesting machinery and smoke puffing out of the top, as well as almost like a children's playground that's like out in front of it, just like crusted over with salt. Looks like it's not really being used that much, but there are a bunch of college kids who are like loitering and sitting on like the, salt encrusted slide or like sitting on the swings. Like this is an afternoon hangout.
Beans.
Some of them are smoking.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just run in there and find something that's like
past
a...
not making eye.
Yeah, don't make eye contact with the youth.
What are they smoking?
Give me a. We've done enough drugs. Give me a nature check.
Kiara is very making eye contact, looking for people they saw last night.
Ah. It's a natural 20, so 22.
Natural
Fuck
20.
yeah.
Nice.
Awesome. So it looks like most of them are smoking. There's sort of like a rolled up incense kind of leaf that is very popular. It's called pornt. It's PORNT, pornt. It's a sort of like a cigarette, you would say.
Okay.
There is an interesting kind of smoke that you do see issuing up from like a few people's mouths. And they're using salt bongs basically, and it causes a certain kind of smoke where they're taking like the pornt and they're
My
grinding
God.
it up a little bit to get more potent flavor.
Salt box?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to the ones that don't have like the weird smoke coming out and just be like, and just ask for one. Got a spare.
A much smaller than you tiefling guy who like has a book open and he's smoking. Sure. Okay, one sec. He will pull out a rolled leaf and hand it to you.
Got a light?
Snaps, and a small light emerges from a thumb.
That's takes it.
Mm-hmm. Just like, and then as you like step over to one of these kids, his friends, like people who are sitting on the playground around you, everyone just like sort of turns and is staring at you openly.
And we go eat now.
I'm not stopping you.
All right, and we'll walk in.
Yeah. There are a variety of little stalls here. This is sort of like a fun small market where people have like pulled things in. Those front stalls, you see like frying potatoes over some kind of oily flame. Fish, a lot of fish. There's like fried fish are very popular here. Like fish and chips, of course. Very salty. Obviously. And these like interesting folded sandwiches that are also of a similar kind of leaf to porn. It's like a different treated leaf, like a seaweed wrap kind of
Hell
thing.
yes. Oh
Salted
god.
taters.
Yeah. Whatever they've got. Hash browns, eggs. Give me that
You
shit.
load yourselves up. It is very greasy and very cheap, so all in total it's going to be 6 copper for the lot of you.
Nice.
In my mouth hole.
Do I have 6 copper? Do I have copper? Going
You can
to...
each probably mark a
Probably
copper.
play a silver, right?
Yeah, you can pay a silver.
Getting
That'll
a
cover it.
change or tip.
I'm gonna go
Definitely
over
not.
to Tazriel and... Do you want anything? Are you going to eat?
Yes, the greasiest thing you can find. I eat anything.
He will hand forward. It's like a breakfast taco, but the taco's made out of potato, and the inside is like, I don't know, eggs and tofu maybe.
Yeah. Yum.
Thank you.
As they are all standing around eating, as Awaish eats, their hands shake a little as they do. That's it.
Gonna Can I bomb just a little bit of that? Points to the cigarette that Tess is holding.
Of course.
Thank you.
Are these college students just staring at both of them now?
Yes. Well, you guys
We're not
have to
doing drugs,
decide.
are we?
No. This is just it's you guys are probably the most interesting thing they have to stare at in this area.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Well, fair.
I'm
Two hotties.
guessing that your trip wasn't exactly great either. Pass it back.
You could say that. No, I say that.
Yeah. Never again? It's a long
And Taz
silence.
is just quiet for a long. And then just smoke doesn't answer the question.
Yeah. No way to truly know.
Lovely. You finish your meal, feeling much better. I'll call that a short rest. I mean, you guys haven't done anything since your bad long rest, but you can take a short rest if you need it. And you begin to make your way towards the sky stairs to ascend towards the arch gathering. As I've said, you do have like a little bit of time, so if there's anything you're looking for as you pass through the streets, anything you want to do before you just head into the gathering, let me know.
Just to check, we did regain our spell slots during that long
Yes,
rest,
you did.
correct? Okay.
I think
That's
while they're
fine.
walking, Kiara's gonna, when there's a quiet moment, turn to Barton and just say, I take it from this morning that most of us did not have a great night. But are you okay?
Mostly, it's okay. You're from Abjur. You might not know. Have you heard of Sir Feverfew?
Dre?
There's a 2 on the die.
Nope.
No, I don't think that was one of the stories they told us.
Okay. Well, she was. She's apparently a myth. She was a monster hunter. You know, killed shifters and werewolves and great insects that plagued Skyhome and, well, across some of the country too. But she's a myth. But I think I saw her in my dream. But I think I was her for a bit. Like, it was probably the drugs. It's stupid, isn't it? But
No.
her hand was mine, and Kiara, she was carrying my sword. But it looked different. It was silver. And there were monsters, and I was in this chapel, and it was huge and moonlit and gorgeous, and it was great for a bit, but and I saw something. And I woke up and my mouth tasted awful, like yeah, it was a bit of a mixed bag. But
I mean,
there's something I need to check when we get there.
Well-
She looks strangely pensive, like you've not seen. She's not smiling. There is just, she's almost staring out to the mid-distance. She's just sort of touching her mouth.
let me know if I can help when the time comes. But, Barton, I'm not a stranger to dreams of strange and powerful creatures. I mean, I serve 2 of them.
Two? You've served 2?
have to. One, I don't know. It's very confusing. But that's okay. It's not on us to understand. It's just,
But I want to.
I know
I can't
that.
not.
And maybe you will, but I think it's also things like this reveal themselves over time. I don't think you can force an answer out. I don't have your research skills, and I've never even tried, but maybe part of it is the journey.
Yeah. True.
And if she did something bad in your dreams, I don't think that's an indication that you will do. I think
No, I don't think she did, or I did. But it was just some bits at the end that got a bit frightening. Anyway, what was your dream? You look like you slept well.
I did. It was a lovely trip home, and I got to experience something I had only experienced once, and it was the most intense and powerful feeling. Not that it wasn't my own power, but it was something I never thought I would feel again. So it was wonderful to go back.
Sounds like a nice dream. And she sort of puts her arm around her and pulls her tight to her side. It sounds like a
Yeah.
good one. I'm glad. You deserve it.
Yeah. And you know what? I can see you becoming a mythological figure one day too.
No, I'm not. I'm not a hero. I'm not like that.
Hard disagree, but also you never know what you don't know.
True. Also true.
Life is full of possibilities and wonder, Bart.
Maybe I will be a story someday.
Oh, I think we will all be one.
That you ascend up to the Duck's Ring and enter the Sir Duck's Quarter as you see, just beginning on the horizon, the sunset, causing those beautiful reflections out across the floodplains. And from where you are elevated now, God, the view. It was majestic being on the floodplains, but now you can see the reflection of Aethri, the city, is hallowed by this massive expanse of reds and golds and blues. You also begin to see, ascending the stairs with you, a variety of very, very interesting figures. Some who are armored, well armored, maybe even more well armored than Matthias, that are escorting these small packs of very well dressed noble families. You see suits, you see high collars, very gothic style of dress for this particular occasion, making their way up. And even though the sunset is beautiful, as you look up, it doesn't seem to touch the massive dark structure of Castle Aethri. This keep stands out against the white architecture here, light stone, salt incorporated into many of the different buildings you've passed. But this castle, the best way I can describe it is if someone took something out of Dracula and just pasted it into the middle of this city. This is dark stone, towering parapets, arches that seem to twist in your mind that you cannot follow, gargoyles that leer down at you, among a variety of beautiful and colorful keeps that surround it. It almost seems to darken the sky. But people make their way towards it. You can follow suit as well. If you're trying to recognize any of the people who might be making their way towards the arch gathering as well, I will take a history check from anyone who wants one.
Yes, please.
Can I run up on a Weish real quick?
Oh God.
Let me do the history
Yeah.
check, and then yeah.
14.
14,
I got
Uh,
9.
17.
17, nice.
15.
-1.
Matthias, you're
You too busy
distracted.
running up on a wish.
Yeah, you're running up on them. So we got a 15, 16, and what did you have, Shan?
9.
9. Okay, 15 and 16.
14 if that changes something.
Nah, it's 14 and 15 are decent. Kiara, you actually do see a few slightly kind of familiar figures as you're walking up. You note that it looks like there are some people who are dressed in reds. You even spy a flash of some like gold badges as well, that are like in this flame shape that is very familiar to you. Looks like there are some fire guard who are in attendance here. You also note a few tieflings, or of like a deeper red skin tone that the fire guard are walking with, possibly members of the Raj royal family. Looking away from that, you wouldn't, even with that role, I don't think either of you would recognize any of the noble families in particular as they're of Skyhome as they're walking up. It does look like, Taz, you note this in particular, there are some stranger people. You see 2 Aarakocra, bird folk of like a very bright featherage, like deep blues and purples, who might be from Mizande, all the way across the Perillian Ocean, who have these very interesting silver pieces that are like dangling, like pierced under their jowls, as well as underneath the feathers, gills. Lovely. You see a few snake folk, Yuanti, of rich oranges and blues who are slithering their way up the stairs, accompanied by veiled women who have their eyes covered with these thick white gauze that trails down behind them. You see a massive Goliath. Looks to be made of some kind of deep, dark purple stone with cracks running down their face and their arms, walking alone up these stairs. People from across the continent of Senelji and beyond.
How tall is the Goliath? Like, are we the same height? Are they taller than me?
Taller than you, definitely taller than you.
This is the most important thing. Are they taller than Taz?
They are taller than Taz, yes.
Barton kind of like nudges him, just like, bit weird for you, right?
Just a bit.
Pats him on the back.
And Kiara will also ask Taz, do you recognize anybody from home?
Certainly the fire guard, but so many people.
Yeah, I don't know entirely familiar faces. I think, yeah, Kiara's definitely like wide-eyeing the group.
Matthias, you said you wanted to run up.
Oh, do I not see anyone that I recognize, by the way?
Oh, what did you get? Sorry.
17.
A 7. Thank you for reminding me. You do, in fact. Boy, do you. There is a... They wear these long gossamer silk nets over their shoulders. There is a squadron of men, women, indeterminate, who are all dressed in similar, sort of like a half armor over these dark suits that they're wearing, with the nets coming down their backs. And on the front piece of this armor are familiar shapes. You see hearts, diamonds, spades, and clubs.
Fuck. Cool. Very neat. Inch.
As you're inching,
Away.
you hear behind you, a wish.
Yes.
This is, I recognize, not a great question given how we've all been feeling today, but are you all right?
Why would I be anything but?
I noticed that you had just a bit of a tremble.
No, I didn't.
That's what I saw.
You saw incorrectly.
I didn't. But we don't have to talk about it.
Agree to disagree.
Okay, that's it.
You make your way up. You recognize many of these buildings, Matthias. You can see the keeps of the different Surducks. Each of the Surducks have a particular house here, except for the rebel house, who has a library instead, down in the college ring. Making your way in, the air grows colder in proximity to this castle. Dark metal gates surround it. Every so often, as these groups head towards the gates, lift of their own accord to let them in, and then slam back shut until another group makes their way up. You pass through as a group under the metal as it raises above you, and you can see dark banners, blood red and deep navies, on the outside of this castle, as well as stained glass windows. You pass through another series of gates of dark metal. People are standing outside, talking. You can tell immediately, all of you, that these are some of the most powerful people in the world who are gathered around the outside of this keep. Manicured hedges, not of green, but of these thin white branches, like birch trees that are growing up, thorny. And then you step into the castle, a massive foyer. Stairways that curl up and around, made of dark stone with carpet draped over them. Low light in here, even though it was only, maybe 4:35 or so, there was the sun outside. It is dark in here. The stained glass windows turn all of those bright colors into muddy blues, purples, as the light filters in here. Kiara, you begin to feel a strange feeling, a certain warmth. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Okay. What about 12 on the die plus Arcana 0. 12.
12? You feel a warmth that you know only comes in proximity to a certain source of your power. The Emperor is in the castle here somewhere.
Barton will just feel.
Barton?
Barton? You're stealing your character.
I was like, Barton will feel fingernails in their arm because I think they were holding arms.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. So Barton will feel Kiara's fingernails dig deep as Kiara is now turning every single which way.
Are you alright? Is something in trouble? Are you okay?
Just under her breath, she'll say, "The Emperor is here."
Oh? Wait. That's the right one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's here.
Are you going to be okay?
Yes, I'm just
I'm totally fine. I'm just surprised. But even while she says that, Kiara is trying to step behind the taller people, which
You
is
do that
the whole
pretty
party.
effectively.
I mean, do you not want to be seen? Why not?
I don't want to make this about me.
Can I roll insight, please?
I don't.
I feel like you could feel like something's up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kiara
yeah,
is
I don't think
not.
you-
Someone says that, like, the Emperor is here, and I don't want to make this about me.
Yeah, Kiara is not being set up.
She leans down. Are you related or something?
Or something.
Are you going to tell me?
Not now, but
Okay, but
Sure.
later. Yeah,
yes. Just
because that sounds very exciting. But yeah, it's all right. You can walk behind me if that helps.
yes,
big?
yes. Yes.
What-
Doll,
what-
maybe
what-
we can just make a sandwich in case he's behind me.
What Ban does is she like pulls her to the side and has her hand out so Kiara can hold her hand behind her and just squeezes it. Just like, it's all right. We're good. Good. You do know that we're going to be in front of everyone. You know, we are going to be in front of everyone at some point.
I think are they wearing their winter gear? When they
We
change?
haven't bought anything yet.
Okay. Kiara is just going to throw up their hood.
Matthias. Looking around the
Yes.
foyer, you see there's a grand set of double doors up towards the top of the stairs, but it's a series of more doors, sort of to the side of this grand foyer. As you look around, your eyes alight on a familiar face. A dark red-skinned tiefling.
Perfect. He is just going to kind of position himself in front of everybody else, look back over his shoulder and say, this way, and is going to just start making his way directly for that tiefling.
She's
And...
glaring at you.
Huh?
She is glaring at you.
Not entirely certain what I did to deserve that look.
You're late, and you look like shit, Valerian.
Well, it was sort of a long night, Aster.
A long night. She grips your wrist, and then pulls you into a bear hug.
Mm-hmm. And he'll wrap his arms around her as well. And it's a very forceful sort of like bear hug, lots of back patting, and pull away, still doing the like forearm grasp. And he has a light smile and says, well, I see you finally cleaned up for this.
You're talking to me about cleaning up. The rest of you can see as she steps back. This is Vice. She is a deep red-skinned tiefling. She looks pretty old, actually. You think maybe even in her 90s or so, which tieflings do live longer in this world, but definitely can see the effects of age. She has a scar down one eye, less jagged than Matthias's, more like maybe a sword slash, as well as a few on her neck. She wears a similar dark armor, very similar, in fact, to Matthias's, with a green military jacket, like a very long military jacket with gold embroidery hung over it, a gambeson underneath, a mass of curly dark hair shot through with silver streaks that is pinned up and shaved on the sides, and two horns that poke out through it and then back around her head.
And she wears a tooth earring in the same ear that Matthias wears his own tooth earring.
Yes.
And he turns to the rest of the party and says, everyone, this is the Scarlet Aster, of the order. I suppose if she allows it, you can call her vice.
I can decide on that after I get to know all of you.
But Aster, these are Tazriel, Kiara, Oesh, and Barton, and we'll simply go down the line and introduce everybody.
Hello.
This is our group.
You are all very tall.
Can't help it.
Thank you for saying that.
I was not talking about you.
I'm not short though.
No,
She's
you're not.
just
You're
she's
not.
just an inch taller than you. She's not very tall. Hunched over a little bit.
Kara's never going to be anyone smaller.
5'6". There have to be shorter people around.
Well, let's not dally. Let us make our way inside. I think they are waiting.
Shit. All right.
All right. And she pushes open a door. And you all can see inside this room. This is a smaller room than the massive grand foyer. There's a hearth, couches, a table that's set up to one side, candelabra as well, dark stone, deep, rich red rugs. And everyone can give me a perception check as they enter.
Ooh, natural 19.
I'm so sorry. What is this perception?
22.
Perception. 22, nice.
Bestie, high five.
15, good.
17.
17, nice.
10.
10, okay. Everyone got above a 14 except Matthias. Okay, great. As you look, Matthias, you even with a lower roll, you do like know who these people are since you've interacted with them before.
Yes.
As I think it was Kiara 21.
Bart and I tied at 22.
Tied at 22, excellent. You two look towards this table, and I think you both recognize what is going on here. Facing away from you as you enter from the left door, there is a tiefling with like short, bright blue and pink hair, sort of pastel colored, wearing a long robe of blue. He's facing away. He's gesturing out and describing and talking. Set on the table, there are sort of an interesting, like, large board with like mountains, like little carved mountains that are set upon it. You see castles, you see these carved and painted figurines that are set up around this terrain, and all the chairs around this table, which are filled with a variety of characters that I'll describe in a moment, are facing toward. As he finishes describing, you can see it looks like they're playing a game of some kind. Mages and monsters.
Oh my god. You bastard.
He finishes speaking, and these faces turn towards you, and I'm gonna go into some lovely NPC descriptions. First, you see this, as I said, red-skinned tiefling, looks to be a mage of some kind. To his left would be familiar to Taz and Kiara, an elf of a rich, warm skin tone, very similar to Kiara's. Definitely an elf, but also has like these little horns that are peeking up through his fluffy dark hair. This is Princeling Nomi Rajan, the youngest, most recently born direct descendant of Tzevi Rajan. You also see, looking past him, a very short, furry gnome of like rich, puffy ginger hair that's like very curly coming up, gesturing excitedly. She's got these glasses on, looks like a hand-knitted sweater that's green, and a dirty apron. She's like sitting up in her chair. Past her, a Naga, a snake woman, like gold and blue colors. These like dark eyes, dark pupils with like light like pink slits. And a long hissing tongue as she's hissing out, excited. At the conclusion of the story, past her, another mage, it looks like, with a shaved head and a thick beard, wearing blue robes, and sort of like a collar of metal that's set on top of those robes. And then a very familiar face to you, Matthias, a maybe elf Azamar of deep, deep, dark skin, who's wearing this rich black plate mail, similar to your own, but even more fancy, with an insignia, again familiar to you, of the Order of Black Ice. This is Black Lotus Wren, the head of the order. And on the tiefling's left, you see Awaish, a familiar figure. This is Jokor Thiransbesh, who is a mage on the Court of Clouds, which is a important political structure where you are from. As you all take all of this in, you hear a and stepping from behind you, an elven woman in a long, slinky black evening dress. The way she is familiar to you as well. This is Morgan. Plutarch Morgan.
Yep. Clears her throat behind us.
Mm-hmm.
I will look back and then very casually, I won't like turn completely like, ah! But I will look back and then, as if I don't have a care in the world, shift behind Tazriel.
Give me a deception check.
Fuck!
Playing a game of whack fuck here.
Okay,
Like-
okay.
Is everyone an X?
That's another 17.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why
Pretty
I
good.
keep rolling 17s.
The Plutarch of Red Hearts, Morgan Vertus, glances at you dismissively and then steps around you and stands over next to the table and says, "You started without me. Rude." She leans over and gives the tiefling a kiss on the cheek, and then goes over and pulls up another chair and takes her place at the table as well. The tiefling stands up, turns to face you, and Barton, you recognize Sir Silverhawk.
She just puts her hand over her chest and inclines her head with a barely concealed smile.
I think we'll have to pause the game, friends. Looks like the people we've been waiting for are here. Hello, welcome. You can all take seats on the couches over there if you'd like.
I make eye contact with the prince on accident. I'm trying not to, but then I do, and I'm like, "Oh, Prince," and then go sit down.
Also,
Like a deep bow.
Nods.
Kiara's still in that hood.
Matthias will also, as soon as they are recognized, he'll do like a full bow and then sweep on over to those couches.
Yep.
And we'll probably stay standing.
Let me see. I think with Awaish, with your passive insight, you note that Prince Nomi Rajan is staring at you. Excited.
at me?
Yeah.
Fuck! I notice him staring, look over at him, and then quirk a single brow like, I know exactly who you are.
He blushes.
Sits down.
You all take your seats. These figures shift in their chairs to turn towards you guys. A few of them put down the figurines or the dice that they were holding back on the table, shifting drinks aside to make sure that they can see all of you guys. Siren stands up from his chair. Well, it is very nice to meet all of you. You can call me Siren. I am one of the leaders of the group that I'm sure you know, Fulcrum. And there's a few nods and like happy laughs from the people around this table. You generally get the sense that these people really enjoy each other's company, but they're also, this is like the side room at a convention. Like, like these people are not at the actual arch gathering, which is like the main leaders of this entire world that are coming together to talk about political issues. These guys have rented a side room and they're playing a nerdy game.
Oh
but they're very excited to see you. Siren says, well, for Markart, we are blessed to have one of the order of your caliber to join us here.
It's my honor. And will incline his head again.
He steps towards you guys from his position.
Oh.
Interesting. Looks towards Barton. Ah, the young storyteller. Very pleased to see you'll be accompanying the expedition.
Oh, big boy.
My father tried his best to keep me home, but you know me.
Yes. Well, I look forward to your letters, Song. Turns to you, Awesh. He's looking at you closely. His eyes flicker down to your arms. And you can see, as you're looking towards him, this tiefling is absolutely covered in tattoos. He wears a low-cut white poet's blouse underneath this long robe. You can see peeking out from under it tentacles, eyes, script, as well as 2 scars on his chest, top surgery scars. He has a gold belt. I think, as a wizard, you would recognize immediately the bracers that he's wearing, definitely magical. The cloak he's wearing, probably a cloak of stars, definitely magical. Rings on his fingers, probably also magical. Grins at you. He reaches into the air, slides a finger down, and then pulls a book. Like he's pulling it off of a bookshelf out of the air, flips it open, pages through it. I think we have a mutual friend.
Julie.
He turns his wrist around, and you can see a bird tattoo on his wrist that is of a familiar style. Taps it.
Both seekers of knowledge, then.
Absolutely. He closes the book, tucks it back into thin air. Looks towards all of you again.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say, Away straight up, like, extends their hand, and is like, lovely to meet you.
He takes it and... Very lovely to meet you.
Fuck
Looks towards Kiara and Taz. An honor to make your acquaintances as well. I do not think I've had the pleasure, but I'm always happy to have the support of the Raj on our side. Looks back towards Nomi, who is still blushing. Back towards all of you. Well, they say curiosity kills more mages than any other cause. At least that's what they would say, if they lived long enough to share their secrets. All of us here, we are very curious. Yes, you could say that. And you all, hopefully, will help us sate that curiosity. course, your work is much more important than just that. I have something to tell all of you, and I'm not sure if you know it. The smiles on the faces around this room die down. You see Vice in the corner standing by the door shift uncomfortably, and the fire behind you grows a little bit brighter and warmer. My dear friends, our world is dying. I don't know if any of you have come face to face with the creatures of the wild. Certainly, you from the Empire. You might know the Ungekwan expands its banks every day. Trees uprooting, crawling in the middle of the night. Strange creatures coming out of the woods, half animal, half man, twisted, crying out in pain. His eyes, normally a bright blue, grow dark as he says this. The storms off of the wild sea and the warm sea, thicker and more deadly. Every day, sailors lost. The mists. And where you are heading, the Valkyrie Wastes, with their chills and their strange radiation, and the thick black oil that they harvest there, well, looks back to all of his friends. Well, they're heading our way, you see. Getting colder. And we've been monitoring. We think that the borders of the Frostlands are expanding slowly into the Kekdal Ocean. And gods, we want to know why. And he says this not with fear, but with eagerness, curiosity in his voice. We want to know why. And you 5 are going to help us find out. How does that sound?
Excellent.
Barton's just matching Siren's smile. Just, yeah.
Matthias
Kiara
inclines
just
his
silently
head.
nods.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You both nod. Well, he looks towards Nomi. Nomi stands up. He says, "Okay, well, wonderful. Do you think I can? Is it okay if I?" And Siren's like, "Sure." Nomi stands up and he pulls from the table, and you can see he picks up a bunch of figurines, 5 figurines. You can see they are painted and carved crudely, but you see figure in armor, pale-skinned elf, a horned Oni, princess, and an orc. And he shows them to you guys, and he says, "This expedition is kind of my pet project, and I'm very, very excited. So I'll be your relay. You'll be able to send messages to me." And he steps forward and he hands each of you the figurine that matches yourself. Each of these will allow you to communicate with me once per day, as well as with each other once per day. You'll be able to send a message to anyone who holds one of these figurines. And he pulls out and he has his own little figurine of himself. So if you have any information to share, each of you can send me a message, or you can use it to communicate with each other. So each of these has 1 charge of the sending spell that you can send per day. You can send it to him or to each other, but only to people with the figurines.
Sick.
Mm-hmm. Wish wants to study it with everything in them, but just places it in their pocket and hides their hands again.
And, there's one more thing. He glances back. and everyone begins to shift their seats back. Just scoot them a little bit. Can I? And Siren says, "Oh, go ahead." And you hear the Plutarch say, This is why we do not get as much funding as the other groups." And then Siren and Nomi both begin to cast spells. Siren stepping in an arc around the table, and Nomi with a magic that is familiar to you, Oesh, considering you have identified it before, runs his hands up his arms, and they alight in flame. And you hear behind you that fire. You feel warmth, and it grows. And a shining dome springs up around the table from where Siren has stepped, with himself and Nomi inside it. Oh.
VJ down!
VJ!
VJ down.
And behind you, looking back, pulling its way out of the fireplace, is an elemental of flame. But
Hello?
Seems wildly unnecessary.
I think we will leave that for next time, because we have...
Damn it!
because because we have a wonderful treat for you guys. Yeah.
Tweet.
So stick around. We have some dreams to get to for
We
everyone
do.
watching. Some lovely dreams. We will see what has happened the night previous, and then you can join us next time as the party fights a fire elemental.
Fuck.
Bet.
Woo! Dream time.
Alright.
Yes, stick around. We're not. There's plenty more to see. So
Okay.
See you in a second, but not
Everybody
in a second.
say goodbye. Goodbye.
bye.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna take it to the break screen first.
Kiara, as you lie down, trying to resist the pull of sleep, you feel something sweet in your mouth, cold, the taste of mint, and you close your eyes irresistibly, and you are pulled down into white mist. You find yourself floating, and the cold around you begins to change into warmth. A warmth that swells up inside you and surrounds you like you are wrapped in curtains of wind. You blink your eyes open, and where there was white, there is now red and gold and green. Give me a perception check.
Natural 20.
A natural 20. You know exactly where you are, Kiara. You are in one of the ballrooms of the Ignited Citadel, the grand castle in the center of Jalraha, the capital of Abjor. In fact, with a natural 20, I think you even have a sense of what time period this would have been. Maybe 6 or 7 years ago. This place is familiar to you. And as you look out and step forward into the ballroom, you begin to recognize faces. Faces that are very familiar to you. People are dancing. Dancing here. Friends, family. You see red, gold, purple, green-skinned tieflings draped in silks and muslin. You see Azamar and Tabaxi, hand in hand, spinning. You see the familiar face of Tiger's Eye. a large woman, a tiger tabaxi, who waves to you as you step into the ballroom. And you hear a voice, a whisper in your mind. Now, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting you back so soon. And you look down, and you see perched on your shoulder is a tiny tiger in the form of a house cat.
Oh. Oh.
Hello.
Stay away.
Well, yes, I suppose not. I felt drawn to you. Are we... Oh, how fascinating.
Is it?
Well, yes. Normally I don't interact as much with this side of... The cat leaps off of your shoulder, and as it lands, you can see that the tiled floor stretching out ahead of you is disturbed. Where it should be solid, instead puffs of white mist float up and turn into smoke, like something about this cat's presence is burning away parts of the illusion of this dream.
Oh. Well, if you're here, are you here to stay?
I can stay. I can watch. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm always here for a good time.
Shall we dance?
Let's do it.
Okay. If you want to step forward into the ballroom on Multiverse, you can do so.
Okay. See if I can figure out how to do that.
There you go.
How do I zoom out again?
There we go.
Ooh, yes. Alright, is this the ballroom?
This is the ballroom, a place that is intensely familiar to you, as there are parties thrown here, I would say, every week or so. There are parties every night in Del Raha, but they rotate between ballrooms, so there are chances to clean them up a little bit from the effects of the nights previous.
That makes sense.
You begin to hear a music swelling up around you. Sound of bards playing bells. Will you give me a history check?
Yeah. All the way to the other end of the spectrum with a natural 1.
Oh, that is so interesting. So with a natural 1, you don't recognize the song. You don't recognize the voice of the bard either. Although you do know, usually at these balls, it is tradition for there to be a single singer who is dictating the form of the dance for everyone else. Usually they will tell a story that the dancers will carry out in the form of a dancing play, a dance drama, sometimes accompanied by costumes or masks. But looking around, although you do recognize some of the patterns of the people dancing, you're not sure what story they're evoking tonight. Would you give me a performance check?
Oh, look, a normal roll. That is a 18.
An 18. Wonderful. Would you like to describe how Kiara dances for me?
When Kiara dances, and I think as far as trained dancers go, they would be pretty alarmed because she dances without spotting. Kiara, but when she spins, there's no effort to not make themselves dizzy. It's as though losing themselves to the music and the movement and the motion is part of the So Kiara dances in a way that viewers, 6 years later, will very much recognize as the way they live their life. It's at this moment we're dancing and that's all we're doing. So it's all about the sound of the footsteps around them, the chime of the ankle on the anklets on the people as they run and jump and twirl. So Kiara looks a little bit like a whirlwind of the dance floor. If they're not more aware of the people around them, it is very likely that they will get smacked with the edges of Kiara's skirt as she spins. Maybe an arm if she's real into it and is they're widespread. And you might get a little smack, but it's just a love tap. It's fine.
Lovely. As you begin to dance, even though you are chaotic, uncontrollable, this time you hit no one. You dance effortlessly through the crowd, and they part to join you as you pass through like a ship sailing through a river. They begin to spin too, in a similar current, breaking the current dance to match yours. Would you give me a wisdom saving throw as the music continues?
It's a natural 20.
You are fully in control of this dream, Kiara. You feel warm and comfortable. You know people are looking at you the way they look at each other here, with excitement, with passion, with cozy smiles. As you dance further towards the front of this ballroom, you see a large and familiar figure who is looking at you. You hear Agnita in your mind. Sire. And the cat bends in approximation of a bow. And you see Fire Lord Sadevi Rajan, resplendent in ochre and sapphire and gold, with massive arched and curling horns, gilded like his fangs, his skin deep and ruby and glowing. And as he moves, he leaves trails of flame through the air. This is the Burning Lord, your Emperor. He looks at you, Kiara, and he smiles. Hello, daughter of fire.
What is the customary address? How would address to the Lord? Like Fire Lord? What if it was not that?
Any kind of epithet related to flame, you could call him. You could call him Lord. You could call him Father. You could call him Sire, Bane Blessed. The few times you've met him previously, you were expected to show deference, but he does treat many people in the capital with a kind of familiarity.
Kiara. Bow. Sire, it's surprising to see you here today.
Yes. I do not attend many of these, but I am watching for sparks. would you give me a charisma check?
I'm so glad it's not an actual one. It's actually just plain charisma.
Plain charisma.
18.
18 with a plain charisma check is very, very good.
There's a 50 on the die.
He steps towards you. You can see behind him indistinct figures, indeterminate genders wearing long muslin gowns, silks, kurtas, head ornaments, jewelry, dripping in gold. He steps forward as if out of a crowd. Not the dancers around you, but that image flickers and fades. And it's just him. The dancers part. He steps forward and he holds out his hand to you.
Kiara is surprised, but she will take the hand.
You take his hand. You hear Agnita. What do you want in your mind? What do you want? And then you feel a feeling you have only felt once before in your life, Kiara. A warmth begins to spread from where the Emperor is touching your hand, up your arms, into your chest, and you feel your blood ignite. Emotions as deep as the ocean, burning inside you. A kind of passionate terror as you feel your body burn. It is a joy and a life. A high that you will be chasing every day after, as you remember your pact being made. Then he steps back, and you feel your body grow cold. And he nods to you and turns away. What do you do?
I think for once Kiara is frozen in place. Is this memory of when this happened, or is this just recalling what did happen?
This isn't exactly the memory of what happened. I don't think you were here in this ballroom when you made your pact. If it is memory, you've remembered this moment plenty of times before, but you've never felt that feeling again. You've never been able to reach that level of intensity in a memory.
I think the first thing Kiara does then is to raise their hands. Or what do they look like?
Give me another wisdom saving throw.
That's a 16 plus 5, 21. Cleric!
For a second, you're worried your hands might blacken and char, but this is your dream and you are in control. Your hands begin to glow like embers, and then they light in the same way that he is a light in flame. You feel like you could do anything. You could burn this whole citadel down. You could reach in and grip the hearts of everyone in it and eat them with sweet red blood on your lips and know their love. What would you like to do?
I think with a free hand, Kiara is going to look for Agnita and basically
On the floor,
hold
looks towards you.
hold her hand out to them.
The cat, looking up at you, gives you a grin that goes from pointed and sharp to pearly white as they reach upward and shift into a form like yours. Agnita, wearing your face, takes your hand. Wow. Whew. God, that's a rush.
Isn't it? Far too much for just me.
You. I think I was right about you being one of my favorites. This is wonderful. Side to side, you look. And the people dancing begin to glow as they too catch fire with this wonderful light. And she pulls you into a spin, and then you are dancing with yourself. Wild and free.
Do the edges of both Kiara's skirt catch light?
Yeah.
As they twirl and spin.
As you dance, looking at the familiar faces, feeling the warm light of the sun here. You breathe out, and smoke issues from your mouth that turns from darkness into white mist. And Agnita says, "Dream well, dear."
Mm-hmm.
And then you sink into the floor. And everything is mist once again. And your dream is complete. Taz. You lie down and collapse into sleep immediately as your body hits the wood planks of the raft, and you see Awaish fade from your sight. You find yourself pulled down into a thick white mist that tastes like mint in your mouth. And then the taste fades into something warm and familiar. Cinnamon, spice, rose petals. And then you sit up and then find yourself standing. There's a warmth to the air, a scent that is intensely familiar that brings back pangs of nostalgia. Will you make a perception check for me?
That's an 8.
An 8. You blink your eyes, looking around. Even with an 8, this place is intensely familiar to you. Most other sounds fade away, but the warmth of a breeze, banners flickering against wood, flapping against wood. This is the place you shared with your partner, the private dorm on the outskirts of the Ignis Royal Academy in the capital city of Abjor, Jalraha, by the side of the Mirror Lake.
I'll just be looking around frantically, like, thinking to myself, this can't be right. This isn't. and just okay, so I know that the drug lets me lucid dream.
Yes.
I've never personally lucid dreamed, so like I it feels right that I'd have a moment of like I'm like what the hell is happening before being like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, oh. I'm not sure like what Taz needs to do, but he'd like I did this and then it's just thinking about them like intensely, like they'll be here, they're always here when I'm here.
As you think this, you hear movement from inside the dorm. You can step in through the archway. The uncertainty turns to comfort, pleasure, reassurance, knowing who you're going to see as you walk inside. And you can move your character into the home. You step forward. You can see weaponry to the left, hanging plants to the right, interesting curios, things that you two have brought back here together. A kitchen, a table set for two, and up ahead, the bedroom. Will you give me one more perception check?
Fuck. 4.
4. You can see a figure. It's, I would say, probably late afternoon, turning to evening. The warm air of high heat filters in through the open windows and archways of your home. You can see a head over the counter. They're turned away from you, but you know it's them. Indistinct, you have to squint against the oncoming darkness towards the low lantern lights that are set around your home. Even though they're facing away, it's them.
There's like a long moment where I'm just standing there breathing like kind of heavy, like before Vel, is that you?
You hear a sort of scuffling sound, and the figure turns around to face you. And you can see where their skin would normally be warm and red and flushed to see you, hair flickering with firelight, horns arching up like your own. Instead, the flesh you see is pale and cold, slightly translucent, veins visible, pumping underneath this creature's skin, eyes that are hollow and glassy, and they smile to see you, and they say, "Hey there, Horns."
My jaw clenches, my hands are balled in fists. No. I'm supposed to be able to choose this. It's not supposed to be you.
No? You won't come and embrace me, Horns?
There's like a long, like, pause, like very clearly rage-filled pause, and then I try to manifest one of my side daggers.
Can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Come on, fuck me. I'm done with this die. 8.
An 8. You look down to your hand. You try and summon the energy, manifest the power in your mind, but there's something pushing back. Maybe it's the drug in your system, as long as it's been hibernating as you pushed it down. Maybe it's the tension, the stress, the desire that are mixing in your brain. But you look down at your hand, and instead of summoning a dagger, you just see a rose.
I does it have thorns on it?
Yeah.
I like grasp it tighter, very clearly start to bleed in the stream before opening my hands back up and just crumpling the petals itself. This isn't for you.
When you look back up, you can see that in the place of that creature, there stands your lover, Belhiri.
Well, and I just kind of run up and like reach out with the now bloodied hand as the rose petals just fall out.
Took you long enough. That was a long mission. I've been waiting for you to get back.
And like the tears were welling up behind Taz's eyes. I didn't mean to make you wait.
Don't worry. You know how patient I can be. God, but I have stories to tell you. Over a glass of wine, maybe?
Yeah. We should have some of your favorite still.
Yeah. They walk towards the counter. This kitchen. And reach under a cabinet, pull out the dark purple bottle and 2 glasses, hands one to you, and pours Taz?
Vel?
I've been thinking. It's
Gotta be serious.
I'm always thinking. But maybe we should pull something off together again. It's been a while. I could see if Phi Jacob could assign us maybe somewhere nice, maybe on the coast. I'm sure there's some Plutarch that could use dismembering.
That would be nice. Spend a few days away. Somewhere nobody actually knows us.
Yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of secret places even 2 monsters like us could hide. She leans in to embrace you. They lean in to embrace you, sorry. And you feel some kind of warmth welling up inside you. It flickers and sparks back into rage as you feel this embrace turn from passion to violence as the figure shifts once again into the doppelganger.
I quickly push them away and try and grab like the wine bottle that I'm assuming was put down since we both have our drinks and just try to hit them with it.
Yeah. You smash the bottle. Smash the bottle across this figure's shoulder, sending dark spray just scattering across the pale skin, dripping off of them. Their mouth opens and you can see dark saliva, like oil, pouring out of their mouth as they say, "You are just as monstrous as me, Horns. We are the same. We are the same."
I am nothing like you. I have never, ever done what you've done to me. I might be a killer. I might be a lot of things, but I'm not a monster.
You are a monster. The hand comes up to reach for your jaw. And this time, you watch this creature shift. Not from any kind of breath of whisper, not from any force of the drug in your system, but you see the way their skin unfolds like a flower blossoming. Red muscle arranging itself into a beatific smile on the face of your partner, but the eyes are the same, hollow and glassy.
I turn away, like, there's a couple of tears fall down my face, wipe them off. I've ended you before. I can do it again. I'll do it again.
You can try.
You're just a memory taunting me. You're already dead.
Their hands reach for your throat as they pin you back against the counter.
I want to again, if I'm able to, attempt to summon my psi weapons.
Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Come on, motherfucker. Nope, that rolled off the fucking... I switched the fucking die and I rolled a 3! What the fuck is happening?
I think it's kind of wonderful. Your dice are telling you how Taz is reacting in this moment. You try and summon the dagger, and you feel a pressure inside your head as you are staring into the face of someone that you have kissed and held for not long enough. You can't summon the weapons. You feel the control of this landscape slipping away from your grasp. You feel the breath coming tight in your chest. The hands cold, not warm.
This a punishment? Am I being punished? Is this first time I've been able to actually decide when I get to see you a punishment because of Matthias? Because of everyone before?
You are hungry, Tazriel. You are hungry like us. That is no punishment. That is divinity.
The only thing I hunger for is your death at my hands once again.
Elhiri, this creature, begins to cry, steps away from you. You can see the wine and your bloody hand where they've left stains on this person's face. They look down, hand coming to their chest, and it comes away bloody with some kind of dark liquid. Then kill me, lover.
Having their face didn't save you before, and it won't save you now. And I'd like to try one more time. For
Time.
this.
This time, I would love for you to take advantage on your wisdom saving throw.
Fuck yeah. Nope, not that die. Oh yeah. I rolled a 6 and a natural 20.
Advantage. There it is, the natural 20. And now, there. You can finally feel the pressure on your mind lifts. Some kind of spark just clicks, and the dream around you, you can feel yourself hovering above your body like a puppet, pulling strings. How would you like this dream to continue, Tazriel? What do you want to see?
Taz would want to get to the moment right before he ends this creature's life. And just have like a few last words before that actual end comes.
Well, where did this happen? Where did you kill this creature?
By the bed.
The bed.
We'd started the fight all over the place, and then they'd run back here, leaning over the bed, acting like they were my Vel, thinking I'd hesitate, and for the briefest of seconds I did. And then it was done.
You can see as the psionic daggers, your weapon, your comfort, pull apart the lies of this thing's mind, leech away the memories that it had stolen. You feel tension release in your chest. A familiar smile. And the life fading away. And the bed that you shared with them is covered in dark blood and oil. What do you say?
At this point, Taz has been like crying for like the last bit of the fight as like things got to a close.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not crying for you. I'm crying for me and for Vel. You might have took her from me. You might have took them from me. You might have tainted this last month worth of memories, but who they are, what we were, is mine.
Is yours. And with that, as you look around, the low lantern lights raise in brightness from warm yellows to pale whites. And the mist swallows you up once again. And your dream ends. Thank you. It's been 2 hours since Taz has collapsed to the deck along with the rest of your companions. You've been traversing the tunnels, maintaining your focus as best you can, with Darren occasionally whispering some joke in your ear, trying to keep you awake, but you can feel the steady effects of exhaustion weighing you down. Awaish. You navigate the boat slowly, with his help, through these tight tunnels, the salt walls, making distance hard to interpret, picking turns at random, listening for noises or wind or any source of light. Will you give me a perception check at disadvantage?
Absolutely. Okay. 13.
13. The echoing nature of the tunnels here make it hard to hear anything beyond the splashing of the water as you're carried along, dripping, maybe a snore behind you from Kiara.
Mm-hmm.
But you do hear just a faint, louder noise of water moving ahead of you as you come around one corner. And the water here, your momentum slows slightly, like you're not being carried downward any longer, and you start to drift to a standstill.
Darren, is there something else going on here?
You want me to look around?
Yes.
Oh.
That would be wonderful, darling.
Sure, whatever you say. That is an 18, I believe, minus 1.
Minus. Oh, okay. Okay.
17.
Not too bad.
Darren flits off of where he's been hovering at the front of the boat and just scouts ahead a little bit. And he says, I think there's some kind of gunk down there. Let me just swoops down a little bit.
Don't get wet.
Don't worry, and then and a massive creature emerges up from the water and snaps at Darren.
Darren,
and I need you and Darren to roll initiative for me.
Okay.
Wah, wah, wah.
Womp, womp, wah. It's a gator.
Gator. There it is.
Oh my god. Okay, but they're so cute.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're gonna kill me, but they're adorable.
Wonderful.
That
Okay.
is a 10 for Awaish and a 4 for Darren.
Perfect. Okay. So the crocodiles do have a surprise round on you guys. You have the surprise condition. Darren also... Darren does not. So Darren will act on this order, but you did not succeed the perception check, so you will not act on this round. It'll be Darren and then this crocodile. So he actually does manage to move out of the way of the crocodile. The beloved boy. Let's see if I can move him. He's fine. So he sort of like darts back out of these snapping jaws and goes, beast, teeth, something, teeth. And as he flits back towards you, you can now make out that it has revealed itself in this darkness. A massive salt-encrusted beast of green scales and white crystal that has been growing on its back. These eyes that leer up at you through the darkness, weird reflections off of the salt walls, as two crocodiles that are lurking in this closed-off tunnel begin to approach the raft.
Darren, look at that. How interesting.
It is their turn. Darren just moves back out of the way.
Okay.
So that is...
Good job, Darren.
The one that is closest to you is going to move up towards you. They have a swim speed of 30 feet, so it will get up to the boat. And then it is going to try and take a athletics check to climb up onto this raft here out of the water with a natural 20.
Oh my god.
2 gigantic clawed feet up onto the prow, and you can see dripping water pouring from this thing's snout, moss and algae that has been growing on it as it opens its mouth and leers towards you. That is both its movement and its action. The second one behind it also approaches a little bit further away and will use its dash action to swim underneath the boat and come back out the other side. Those are their turn. At the start of the next round, since you do not get to act on that round, you actually are first in initiative, so now it is your turn. Awaish, what would you like to do?
All right. Seeing this crocky boy come up onto the deck, Awaish is going to say, "Oh, sorry, darling, but you're not invited." And will cast... They will cast Dragon's Breath on themselves as a bonus action.
Excellent.
And so with those words at the end of them, this spray comes out literally from their mouth in a cone towards this crocodile in front of them. And this little croc has to make a save, actually.
What kind of save am I making?
Make a dex save, DC 14.
That is a 16 for the first.
So it'll take half damage. And I'm going to say that this is acid damage.
Acid damage.
Because I think that's sexy.
Excellent. What does it look like as this spills from your mouth?
It's kind of like this poisonous acidic spray that almost is in this form, since it's acid damage, almost is unnoticeable in terms of like the effect as it comes out, but as droplets fall to the deck, there's just like little sizzling sounds as it hits, even affecting the wood, and it just coats this crocodile.
Give me that damage.
Okay, that's not too bad. 9, 12. So that's 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. Is that with halved?
That is halved, yes.
Okay, excellent. So actually, sort of like coating the face of this thing as it leers up at you. Some of it like sprays up onto its teeth, and you can see even in the darkness, like hissing smoke emerge from this thing's gums and jaws as it snaps down. That is your bonus action and your action.
Yes.
Do you want to move at all? You're currently engaged with this first crocodile.
No, I'm not going to move for the moment.
Wonderful. It is now Darren's turn again. What would you like him to do?
All right. Let's have Darren. I believe Darren can attack, but is that something that we want him to do right now? Quite a question. Let's see. I am going to, seeing that croc fly underneath, swim underneath, say, Darren, go keep track of that one.
Okay, and
just have him fly to
swings towards the back of the boat. With his blind sight, these things cannot hide from him. They were hidden before, so he flies over your sleeping companions and hovers in the air above where this thing is down in the murky waters. That is his movement. He will sort of keeping, I'll call this like an active perception check that he's keeping up as his action.
Cool.
And then it is back to the crocodiles. So this first one in front of you is going to try and bite down onto your arm.
Nice.
That is a 16 to hit.
Doesn't hit. Oh my god.
And because it's very, very interesting that something with such a strong grasping force is you're able to resist it. You want to tell me what that looks like as well?
Absolutely. It's not that this crocodile doesn't try to chomp down and doesn't reach Oasia's arm. It's that as it goes to clamp its teeth, there is a flash of blue and purple right around the crown of Oasia's head, and certain tattoos on their body ignite with that same glow. And there's just a small coating of ice that against the croc's teeth and like pushes it back.
Wonderful. Yeah, so that first one does not hit. The second crocodile is going to try and make its climb up onto the boat here. You can feel the raft shift in the water as it does so with a... Yes, absolutely. That is a 17 on its athletics. So it uses its movement to climb up on to the raft as well. And you hear Darren say, I think these sleeping beauties might be in a little bit of trouble inside your head. As this crocodile is going to try and pull one of your companions off the raft and into the river. I'm going to call this an attack, a grapple check against their AC, but they automatically fail. So this thing just sort of like latches its teeth into Matthias's cloak and begins to slowly pull him off of the raft. It is grappling Matthias, so it moves at half speed, and its normal speed is 20 feet since it was climbing, so it's 10 feet onto the raft, 5 feet off. So he's just pulled to the edge at this point.
Okay.
Back to your turn.
Oh boy. Oash looks back and sees Matthias getting pulled off of the raft and goes, now just because I don't like them that much doesn't mean that you can have them, darling, and just sends out a second level magic missile towards that one. So that'll be 4 darts, I believe.
Yes.
Let me roll that damage. Deet. Well, is that what I want to do? Let me make sure. No, that's not what I want to do. Excuse me. Oash is going to cast lightning lore at this crocodile.
All right. Is that a save from the croc?
That's a strength save of 14.
Clever. Here is the strength with a normal roll is an 8.
So this croc is going to take 1d8 of damage and be pulled 10 feet towards me.
All right, give me that damage roll.
Okay. That is 4 damage.
4 damage. Lightning crackles off of this thing's skin. You can see it light up the darkness around you, reflecting off of the salt walls, and it is yanked by the neck with Matthias in its mouth, up, scooting along the wood towards you, further onto the raft, but further away from the water.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. And Oash is going to take that opportunity to move back, provoking an opportunity attack.
Okay.
Where is this thing's jaws? Where is the mouth? Closer to me or closer to?
The mouth is closer to you.
Okay.
Both of them are turning their faces towards you.
Yeah, to kind of give it a hey, hit me, bitch, come on.
Wonderful. This is your opportunity attack.
Mm-hmm. Well, before you tell me what it is, one moment. Okay, for a second I thought I didn't have shield prepared, and I was like, what kind of wizard am I? Yes, because I think I have to throw this up before I am hit. Oh, no, I don't have to. Okay, cool. I'll wait then.
It's a 11 to hit.
Nah.
Once again, as you pull back, its jaw just slams shut on a little bit of that icy barrier, and its snout is pushed away by the blast impact from your barrier tattoo. That is your action and your movement. And you're still concentrating on Dragon's Breath, right?
I am, yes.
Okay, excellent. You haven't taken any damage, so it is Darren's turn once again.
Let's see. I am simply going to have Darren.
Yeah.
In case this one decides that I'm not quite a meal, can you distract it if it goes towards the others?
Absolutely. And tentacles begin to unfurl from within his pages, and he starts to wrap them around this thing's tail, trying to tug on it. He's going to take the help action to distract it, which will give you not disadvantage, but a flat roll if you do an attack that requires some kind of roll. Excellent. That is his turn. Crocodiles once again. The one that is grappling Matthias, which is pulled closer to you, releases him from its mouth, since you are now within its biting range, and takes a chomp with a 21 to hit.
I will take that.
You'll take that? All right. So that is, let me roll this, 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
And you are grappled.
You grapple me yet?
As long as this grapple remains, you are restrained, and the crocodile cannot bite another target. So while you are within its mouth, it cannot bite you, but you are restrained, which, if you didn't already have disadvantage from exhaustion, would impose disadvantage. But this does mean that the other crocodile, as it moves towards you to try and take another bite, will have advantage on attacking you, because you're restrained.
It's not nice.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Which is another 21 to hit.
I'm going to throw up my shield for that one.
What does that spell look like?
So it's kind of like Oesh learned this after, I was going to say they learned this after getting their tattoo. So they kind of like studied the way that their tattoo worked in order to kind of expand it. And so it actually comes from that little blue pulse that valiantly tried to protect them from this bite. Did not work, but with a hissed word thrown up and a hand, they glow even brighter and project the ice out in kind of an encasing thing that hits back against them.
Fabulous. And once again, that croc is just knocked back a little bit. Its jaws do not find purchase. I'm also realizing you did take 7 piercing damage. Would you make a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration?
To maintain
on
that
Dragon's
concentration.
Breath? You just have to beat a 10.
Right. That's a 20, dirty.
Nice. And you don't have disadvantage because it's a saving throw, not a attack roll. So yeah, you maintain your concentration, focusing, feeling the burning sensation in your mouth that represents the spell that you are holding on to. Those are the crocodile's turns. It's back to you once again. They're both within 5 feet of you. If you're able to... It takes an action to break free from the grapple, but you can still attack them even while you're restrained if you want to use your Dragon's Breath again.
I'm going to hold the Dragon's Breath for now. And I'm going to cast Magic Missile on this one in front of me. This one here.
Yes.
Just at first level.
Okay. Give me those damage rolls.
Hinky, but not the night I was looking for. 4, 3, and a 3. So 10, 13 damage.
13 damage is enough to take this crocodile out with a single blast. Once again, tell me what that looks like.
We are all flavored around cold in this house.
Hell yeah.
So with a whispered word in a strange ancient language that seems to rumble the floor of the raft itself, 3 sparkling darts appear, embed themselves into the crocodile's skin, and then explode once inside in these shards that go deeper inside.
There's a horrible scree noise as this crocodile is blasted off of the raft, and then a second underneath the water as these shards explode, and you can see faint smoke drift up as the surface of the water freezes over where it is sunk down.
Good night.
That is your action. Anything else you would like to do? You are grappled, so...
I am grappled, and I'm not necessarily interested in getting out of this grapple. I pat its little nose and say, "You next."
Darren, You hear a sort of a snort in your mind of suppressed laughter. Doesn't seem like he's too stressed.
Mm-hmm.
It is back to his turn.
I am going to have Darren just. I'm gonna look up at him and say, "Well, this is kind of your first fight. Would you like to be here for the finishing move?"
I will give it my best shot, I suppose.
And I'll just have him fly over to me
Okay, he
to
pulls
give
away.
me the help action for whatever I do next.
Yes, he pulls away from the end of this thing's tail and flies back over to you with papery tentacles flapping about. It is the crocodile's turn once again. This last crocodile, it is going to try and pull you into the water.
Cruel, rude.
Since you are grappled, it can move with you at half speed as it's dragging you. Its movement speed is 20 feet, and it takes that at half speed, and you've gotten it into the middle of the raft, so it is going to try and push you off of the front, which will be 1, 2. So it is dangling you in its mouth into the water now, off the front of the boat.
This would be so bad. This is fine. I'm high, so I'm fine.
That is its turn. That is movement. You know what? It will dash. It does get to dash. So then, sort of holding you up over the water, you can feel the teeth clamping around you. Your tattoo is preventing any further damage, but sort of holding you above the surface. And then it dives into the river with you in its mouth. That is its turn. It's not deep here. So you can, your feet might be brushing, some kind of slick stone floor that's overgrown with moss or algae. But yeah, it is back to you.
Oasia's fine. They laugh and say, "I cannot stress how ironic it is to be in this situation." And they just simply use that nice little dragon's breath that they still have up. I would love this little croc to make a dex save.
Awesome. Here we go. Dex save on the croc is a 9.
Haha! Not the first time that they have been in between the jaws of something. The last thing was decidedly more sentient. That is 8 damage for that.
8 damage. Not enough to take it out yet, but you spew acid into this thing's mouth as it is holding you with an utterly unpleasant sort of gurgling noise coming down from its throat, muffled by the fact that it has you in its jaws. Darren is still helping you, if you want him to continue that.
I think Darren should try to attack.
Wonderful. He's like, he sees that you've been sort of pushed into the water. Genuine concern if a book could make sort of a gasp of fear at this point, and then he will take his slam action. Do you roll that, or would you like?
I'll roll it. Yeah,
go for it.
It's fine. We're fine. Don't worry. Oh God, maybe I shouldn't have.
Say so.
Poor Darren got a 5 to hit.
No. So he sort
It's
of
his first time.
His pages slam shut, and he drops himself down onto the head of the crocodile. It does not cause any damage, but now he's sort of sitting on top of there.
Good try, dear.
This croc pulls you beneath the water. It is going to let go of grappling you so it can try and take another bite out of you. But pulling you underwater, that is going to be a... Let's see. Only a 12 once again.
Nice.
slams its jaws down, but actually misses this time in the water as you drift downward.
Nice. So it let go of me to try to bite me again, correct?
Yes.
I can't really... Well, I was gonna say I can't cast spells underwater, but I still have Dragon's Breath up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't actually need to use any words to cast my spells. I just have to keep doing this. So yeah, I'm gonna pound this bad boy with my last hit of Dragon's Breath.
Okay, one more dex save. Here it is.
Okay,
That one
so
is
half
an
damage.
18.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's 6 points of damage, already halved. So it was 12, now it's 6.
Oh, excellent. This thing is looking like it's on its last gasp. You can't really tell because it's even harder to see under here than it was in the dim light, but you can feel some kind of warm blood liquid pool out around you in the water.
How annoying.
It is. Darren can take another attack if you'd like him to.
Yeah, let the... I think it'd be cute if Darren got to finish this fight out. Hope he doesn't get his pages too wet. But, you know, he's magical. It's fine.
He's fine.
That is a 13 plus 3, right? 16 to hit?
That will hit.
Good job, Darren.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely. So he's sort of like on this thing's head. There's a crunch noise as the pages slam shut once again, like on this thing's scalp, and you can see as he pulls back, like little paper teeth have come out and embedded themselves in this thing's skull.
Adorable.
Give me the damage for that.
That's just 3 damage.
3 damage is not quite enough. Not quite enough
poor
to
baby.
do it.
Wanted you to finish it for me. That's okay.
But there's his mouth is kind of full, Darren's mouth, but you hear a not ink, not very tasty, as he pulls away. And one more crocodile bite.
One more little bite.
Here it is.
Come on, roll low, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a 9 to hit.
Amazing. And you know, the only thing we can do while we're down here, unless I surface and take that opportunity attack, being I do not want to. So give me that dex save one last time.
Here it is. A 17.
All right, let's see. Whoo! Okay. That's another 6 because it's 13. Or does it get rounded up?
Rounded up, I believe.
So 7.
Oish, how do you finish off this beast?
I think Oish waits until this thing goes to open its jaws again to bite down on her, and then chooses that exact moment to spew the acid just right into its mouth.
The water like sizzles out around you in a blast as you just immolate most of this thing's lower jaw, and its like teeth pour out into the water. Not very pleasant, but you're able to like push off of it, the floating body, as it sinks down to the bottom of the river here.
They take a tooth.
You are out of initiative.
Yeah, so Awaish takes the tooth, watches the crocodile float down, and then kind of holds their breath a little bit and starts just like floating on the water for a second. And is like, good job, Darren. Excellent.
Sort of flaps above the surface here. You can like see the raft sort of shift in the water. And now that you have a little bit more time and you're further down the tunnel, it does look like you've steered the boat accidentally into a dead end here. But there's peace, calm, and quiet in this brief moment.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about any more up ahead here,
I don't think so.
When can you just take a moment to just sit and enjoy something like this, right?
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't really understand. Seems very confused, but he does sort of like flop down onto your chest here. You're floating with his covers down, which are, treated and
Right.
sealed. So he is resting on your chest with the eye looking up towards the ceiling.
You all right, Elshkin?
I'm fine.
All right. They sit for a couple more minutes and then get up and get onto the boat and make sure that everyone's okay.
Wonderful. You can pull yourself back up onto the raft. Luckily, most of the blood washes out of whatever clothing you're wearing. I don't think that's a concern. And you're able to steer the boat back through the tunnels, continuing your journey until you escape later into the dawn light and collapse into your trance.
Hell yeah! And they do probably change their clothes just so that there's no
evidence. Understood.
No evidence.
Wonderful.
No one can know.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your crocodile kill.
I killed some crocodiles and I got a tooth. I'm adding it to my inventory.
Add it to your inventory. Matthias, as soon as you inhale this cold mist, a slight taste of mint on your tongue, you feel a weight come over your eyelids, your shoulders, tugging you down towards the ground. You try and resist just to lie down even, but you are pulled relentlessly into a river of whiteness that fades into black. You're not sure how long you float in that dark space, breathing, listening only to the sounds of your own pulse, before you push forward and feel your eyes open. And you're standing in a place with a familiar dry chill to the air. Give me a perception check.
Okay, yeah. That is a 15.
15. As you look around, the stone here is of a familiar color to you. You can tell you're underground. Looking ahead, you hear the sound of gently shifting water, not disturbed by a breeze, just echoing out in a large open space. Your vision clarifies. It's dark, but there's candlelight flickering around you. You are in a place that you know well from the years of your youth. The underground crypt at the Keep of the Forgotten. And you know that you are dreaming. What would you like to do?
First, he is going to just like close his eyes and blink them open again, and still being there is just going to curse loudly.
It echoes out off of the walls. You hear a bell toll in the distance.
Oof. Oh, God. And he will feel frustration at knowing that he should not have taken that and then taking it anyway after getting slightly inebriated.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't been here in a really long time, and so I think that the surprise and shock of the clarity of the memory is enough to make him curious. And he's gonna step forward into the crypt.
You step forward.
Yeah.
If you would like to move your character in multiverse,
Whew.
you're welcome to do so.
The bouncing is so light and nice compared to the reality that's going on right now. Yeah. Gosh.
You see tombs stretched out before you, leading up towards a familiar series of altars, a statue, a pulpit where you've heard sermons held, and a graveyard. The gravestones. There are a few larger ones, but most of them are very small.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I think he would walk a path that is very familiar to him, and is going to go towards the gravestone that there, or the kind of area that his family would always be here for, and see if he can find it.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay, all right. God, an investigation is -2. 9.
9. If you step down towards the lower left of this area in multiverse.
Yeah. Down here.
Mm-hmm.
All the way down? Oh. Is it at the little graveyard section?
Yes.
Gotcha. Oop, I'm stuck. Help the boy. Yeah, let's do this. God. Fear.
1 second.
I'm stuck.
You step in to the graveyard here. Dark dirt. Cold stone. There's no moss growing over them, no signs of decay. The text is a bit fuzzy. It's hard to read. You know that your mind is reaching back into memory, trying to recall the words that were written on these gravestones, but it's been so long. They fade away before you, but with a 9, looking around through, your eyes finally settle after scanning down the cold stones on one towards the back, lit by that candlelight. Lucas.
He's gonna reach for the stone and just like try and touch it and see how it feels, if it feels real.
Your hand pushes towards it. It doesn't feel like stone. It feels... You can push it slightly, and it gives back. It's cold.
What is this?
Words echo out around you. And you hear a voice. A voice come from behind you. Your mother's voice. It has been a long time since you've been here, my eldest.
Turn around.
Larissa Markhart stands behind you.
Mom?
Hello.
What does she look like? Does she look the same age, older?
She looks like she did. Not the last time that you saw her, but probably years before that. Tired, like she hasn't slept in days. Her skin is pale, standing out against the long, dark hair, the red lips. She looks like she's been crying.
What are you doing here?
I'm remembering. What are you doing here?
He looks back over his shoulder to all those stones and around. I don't know. This is a dream. I'm dreaming.
Yes.
I don't know why this would be the dream I would have.
Is this not a place you've wanted to return to, my son?
Even if I wanted to return to it, yes, of course.
Mm.
Not exactly a happy memory.
Not everything that we want is happy.
You look the same.
Yes. This is a place of memories. They're easy to reach here.
Would you just walk with me, maybe?
I will walk with you.
And I think that he steps forward with unsure footing and then sort of attempts to regain his grasp on himself and will straighten up and step again with more confidence and begin to wind his way slowly through these caverns and hallways that he has been through before.
Wonderful. Could you give me a wisdom saving throw? Matthias?
Not the wisest. I'm rolling fire though. That's
Excellent.
19.
19.
Yeah.
Very interesting. You and your mother can wind your way between these tombs, the candlelight. You see as you approach the front these glass jars that are familiar to you. There are indistinct shapes that flicker and twist inside of them. Hard to see in the low light, but blues, purples, reds, iridescent mist like the kind that you consumed. Memories stored here by the guards of the Keep of the Forgotten, the Lykars. As you approach the front once again, she says, "Would you pray with me, my son?"
It's been quite some time before I've prayed in a temple.
It is tradition.
Then yes. Of course.
She kneels in front of the statue of the Lady of Lullabies.
And he will do the same and kneel right next to her. I think that his sort of automatic, you know how in dreams it's like you don't really realize that something's there until like you really think about it. I think that he like is going to fold his hands, and they are still wearing the gloves that he is most often in, his suit of armor, his splint. And then in the next moment, as they like fold together, the material of the gloves like melts away, and it's just his hands and a fine tunic, and just melting away into more casual but very well-made materials as he looks up at this very familiar statue. And then to the side to Larissa.
Her eyes are closed, her head bowed. And I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you pray, Matthias Markart? And who do you pray to?
Oh my god.
When your god is not a man, but a corpse that waits to take all you have ever known into its cold and constant embrace.
Matthias will do the same as Larissa does, bow his head, close his eyes, and the palms of his hands press flat together, and his fingers interlock. And it is silent, and for a moment, being so taken off guard, there's just a silence in his head as he kneels before this statue. And then does really the only thing that he can think to do in this moment, which is to start on, I think, a codified sort of hymn or prayer that he has done before and has recited before, often enough that it just comes to his mind and is easy to fall into. One that directly addresses this face of bone.
Yes. As you begin this hymn, after a few moments, her voice joins you, echoing out against the stone, the flickering torches. As you sing, you feel the ground shake, tremble, in rhythm with your song. And then, when your eyes open again, you can see the stone pillars of the keep, the walls bending in towards you. In 1, 2, 3 places on either side, like something is pushing against them.
And seeing this, he casts a glance to make sure that his mother is still next to him.
She's not.
Oh, fuck. And looks back to these walls pressing in and will push himself up placing a hand on the pillars, or on the bar in front of him to just push himself off of the ground and turn to face the bowing ceiling.
You hear another voice. Also familiar. Do you think we should run?
I'll whip around, take a look at who that is.
You see another familiar figure come around the corner. Dorian. He's grinning at you. Sharp, eager, hungry, familiar, thrilled.
You were never here.
I could have been. You don't know what I did in my spare time.
You were never here with us.
No. You never took me here.
Wouldn't have had much of a chance to.
No. But it could have been fun.
Not nearly
Over
as fun as...
there. Or over there, against that wall, maybe. Or the tomb.
Please. This is a temple.
I've defiled a few temples before.
No, no, no. Can we... And Matthias is gonna think real hard and see if he can shift the location that they're in.
Yes. Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Okay, that one was less good. It's a 10.
A 10. You think, you concentrate, and you feel a pressure. A pressure on your mind, an ache 3 points on either side of your head. Something is pushing back here. The walls bow in a little bit more, and you can see, past Dorian, something white and sharp is pushing through the stone.
Instinctively, he is going to reach for Dorian's hand and just like grab his wrist and pull him away from that intrusion.
He steps close to you as you take his hand.
We can't not hear. What is this? What is happening? He asks to the open air, and then
Dorian sort of cocks his head at you, and he says, I'm not sure I would know this, but maybe you would. The breath of whisper and the flesh of bone do not mix easily, Matthias. And this is not your domain.
So we're just stuck here?
Not for long. Gestures to the bones that are pushing through the walls of your dreamscape.
Right. Right. Then you'll be gone too.
I'm still inside you somewhere. Aren't I?
You're hilarious.
Thank you.
Then he glances to the ribs that are pushing in through the walls of this temple.
Yes.
And then looks back to Dorian, who is standing there just like he looked before, and instead of feeling relief, it's just this tangle of fear and sadness. Of all the places, I wish that it hadn't been here.
Well, it could be anywhere. I think, my dear, that this place holds an answer to a question you've been asking yourself for a long time.
I ask myself a lot of questions. Most of them go conveniently unanswered.
Yes. That would be too easy.
Too easy.
You hear a as the ribs bow in again. Stone crumbles beneath them, candles flicker out.
I am gonna turn from the walls fully to Dorian and say, in that case, one last kiss.
He sweeps you into his arms and bites down on your bottom lip.
Oh, Jesus.
As the walls crash in around you. And you fade back into white mist. Barton, as soon as you lay your head down, you sink willingly into a cold whiteness that swells around you, the taste of mint in your mouth. You blink, and you look up. You feel a warm breeze blow across your skin. Blink again, and your vision clarifies into a massive structure ahead of you. Looking down, you stand on white stone that floats in the middle of a massive, flooded valley. Give me a perception check.
Absolutely. Oh, that was a 6 plus. That was an 11 total.
11 total. As you look ahead of you, you can see a series of archways, a massive building of white stone. It's night, you think, but it is so bright here. And as you look up into the sky, you can see that both moons are full. You can walk forward if you would like to.
Can both the moons be full at the same time?
Give me a nature check.
Oof. Oh, that's an 18. Hello. Plus, that's a 19.
A 19.
That's not bad.
Yes, in fact. Both moons can be full at the same time. It is pretty rare, But if you remember for later, you might be able to figure out exactly the day.
Ooh.
I will say this. One of the times that it happens is during Souls, the month of light.
Good to know.
Give me a history check as you step into this open entryway.
Oh, that's a 4. Come on. Plus. Oh, that's a 7 total.
A 7.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Dang it.
You're not quite sure who you are yet. You do have a sense that you are controlling part of this. You don't feel uncomfortable. There's a curiosity. The world around you is sharp, even though it is washed in blue colors by the lights of the moons. As you look around, you pass by banners, dark blue, with silver moons and stars embroidered onto them. Up a series of steps, past stained glass windows. You can continue.
Is there anything I recognize in the stained glass?
Not yet. Not that you've
Ooh.
noticed so far. As you step forward, deeper here, you see obelisks, left and right, cages of some kind, dark shapes that shift beyond the bars, although you can't make out exactly what they represent. You begin to hear a low noise, like a call, a deep sound, song that is somehow familiar to you. Give me another history check.
$18 plus my history. That is a 21.
A 21. Oh, Barton. It is simultaneously like all of the stories and so much more. In the illustrations that you've seen of a place called the Moonlight Cathedral, there is feasting and triumph and crowds of armored figures celebrating. You don't see any figures, you don't see feasting. This place does not feel like triumph now. And even though you don't recognize the colors of the stone or these halls, you've never seen a map of a place that's supposed to be fictional. This story is as familiar to you as the sword in your grasp. And here, you are the hero. You can continue forward.
So I have the sword with me in my dream.
You look down. It is your sword. Honeyed bronze, a comfortable weight to it. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 10 plus 3, 13.
13 is just enough. You maintain control of your dream. It is your sword. You do hear noises up ahead, though.
Good
Not
noises?
a song. Give me a perception check.
That's a 3 plus. God, it's
Not
one way or the other
well.
for this today. It's an
Yeah.
8 total.
An 8 total.
Mm.
You're not exactly sure what the noises are or where they're coming from. Clattering. Just ahead of you. As you step forward once again through another archway, you see 2 suits of armor, as well as a series of pedestals. Gulls, dripping black ichor. horns, too many teeth, deep, recessed sockets where eyes would be in sets of 2, 4, 6, 8. And to your left and to your right, pools with tombstones emerging from them.
Any
And as you
names?
move forward,
Sorry,
yes, if you want to give me an investigation.
if I can, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another 6. Investigation. Oh, that's a 7.
7. You look towards the tombstones, trying to make out the writing on them, but it is indistinct. It's like you're trying to remember something you read a long time ago, but you can't picture the words as they were.
Mm.
You step forward, and then you see it. The moonlight around you swirls into a white mist that condenses into a massive, dark creature. Beady eyes, dripping mandibles, wisps of shadow emerging off of it. And you hear a voice. You know these lines. As easy as breathing. Repeat after me. Here. How did they find us here?
Here. How did they find us here?
You look behind you, and you can see another figure with a silver helm and 2 moon-shaped eye crescents, wearing armor that, as you look down, is similar to yours. I think they came for the prisoners. And then you say again, we will not let them make any more monsters.
We will not let them make any more monsters.
Will you make an attack roll using your sword for me?
That's a 14.
A 14. And you added, I believe, the +6 bonus to that?
Yes. So that would be a dirty 20.
Excellent. You step forward. You raise the sword in your grasp. And it is no longer bronze, but pure silver. And it shines with the light of the 2 moons above as it breaks through the crumbling roof of this cathedral. With that 20, you swing your sword through the head of this massive creature, and it tumbles off at your feet as if in slow motion. Smoke rises around you as it fades away. And you blink again. Give me one more wisdom saving throw.
That's a 5 + 1.
You can step forward once more up those stairs.
I think as they go, Barton is just gonna stare around and just, yeah, in awe.
How do you feel?
Her heart is racing. She doesn't know how she feels, but it feels like the air feels familiar. Strangely, like even in a dream.
This time, you suck in that breath, and where there was the taste of mint in your mouth, Instead, there is something sticky and saccharine that twists your tongue. You step forward, and you see more of these monstrous shapes. The light of the moons grows steadily darker, and you see ahead of you 2 figures, as if reflected in a mirror. You make eye contact with the figure who looks too familiar. Her skin, like yours, long hair, a white mask in the shape of a moon over one eye, silver armor, and she is reaching for a sword on a pedestal, and yours is gone. Your hands are empty. You are unarmored back in your blouse, your vest. And she turns to you. And she says, I will not let you destroy this place. But it echoes out, and you hear hissing noises and clicks coming from around you. The presence of monsters. She looks past you. I will not let you destroy this place. What do you do?
Can I see the monsters?
Too many legs. Too many eyes. Dark skin, dripping black oil. Your breath comes a little bit faster. And something is happening. Something is happening to the walls around you. You feel a shift. Something rises, pushing the stones up. Boulders made of thick amber, impossible to see through. You look up, and through the roof, something is dripping down. Something thick and gooey.
Barton's just shaking her head. No. No. Not here. Is it Feverfew?
It is Sir Feverfew.
Can't believe it. She turns and tries to stand behind her. Stand beside her, but not quite good enough to be beside.
You step next to your hero. And she puts her arm out. Touches your shoulder. Points to another figure. Give me another history check.
That's a 19. plus plus a 3. That's a 22.
22.
Mm-hmm.
The DC for this was 20.
Oh.
You stare ahead. as stepping past the boulders, past the monsters that spray out dark oil and thick honey from their mouths. A figure of bleached bone, pale skin, glassy eyes like the moons above. And it smiles at you, its mouth unfolding like a flower. And it steps forward. One clawed hand reaching for Sir Feverfew's throat, and the other for your face. And you can feel yourself choke as honey wells up in your throat. And you blink your eyes closed and fade back into white.
Do I wake up?
You have a few moments floating in the mist here before you wake up. What are you thinking in this moment?
Arden is just, her fingers are in her mouth and she is scraping that honey taste off her tongue. She is shaking and trembling, and all she can think about is how that thing opened up its mouth. And she just touches hers, just trying to get rid of that taste, and just, yeah. Like, as much as, you know, to see your hero, but the rest of it was a lot. Too much.
That is where your dream ends. Thank you.